Yes, 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 yes. Grand risings, grand risings, grand risings. Yeah, yeah, you don't know. Nine in the building. Oh, the vine in the building. Come on, let's get it, man. Grand risings, family, man. Let's come and eat some breakfast. But you know how we do. Let's bless up the place. Oh, gosh.
Grand Rising class.
Grand risings, divine.
All right. Today we're going to learn about non-ether. Y'all ready? Yes. Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow. Non-ether flow.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again.
Yes, J4, big up, big up.
And you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Big up,
Nine is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch it get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed into an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators. The all in the all. I said we are the creators. The all in the all.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical, so rock can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that serotonin, calm my nerve. You know I'm on it. By the way, Rob, produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element. I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track. My daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet. I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind. I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. Nine eat the float, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. Nine eat the float.
Yeah, bless up, Kushty, and bless up, Nickel Queen, Kushty. Wow, a bounce na she bonnet. Big up, little Kushty, man. That's what it's about. Big up all the little melanated ones out here. Come on, come on. Yo, what better way is that to start a day, family? What better way is that to start the day? Me tell you, so that tune there full of vibes, full of vibes, full of vibes. What you saying, D? Oh, go on. Let me just pull this up. All right. Okay, she's probably gone to finish off
Okay,
breakfast.
grand rising. Big up family, big up Code, big up Kushty, big up Cotton, big up everyone listening. Grand rising. Wake up. Come through.
So I'm just trying to bring up an article about the. I think I've got. Hold on a second. Oh, you know what it is? It's because I've got X amount of bloody windows open.
While Marnifa's doing that, I want to take a quick second while she's looking. I want to make sure we're repping out here today. Big up Barbados. Big up Barbados.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
We know what's in the news. We see what's going down, and we need to focus back on us for a little bit. You get me? Like, yeah, for a little bit, we're just going to focus on us this morning. Yeah, just for a little bit. We see Wagwan. We see Barbados is now a republic. That's where the bomber us queen. Let me take my time talking. That's where the queen. It said, Galangyal. We're tired of you now. We are doing thing. So I want to make sure we're looking up at the Caribbean and looking at the moves we're making in the Caribbean and making sure we're rising up and saying, yeah, like, what can we learn from this? What is this teaching us? What does this mean, like, long time for us? Like, how far can we go with this? And, you know, what can be learned from it? And what do we need to be careful for in future? Like, I need us to start looking 5, 10, 15 years ahead, 20 years, future, 50 years, and then stretch it out as long as we can go. But yeah, I think we need to just come back a little bit grassroots and focus on us for today. Yes, man, sis Kushty, you done know. Big up Barbados. Let's get over to 9 now and see what she's got for us. Come through, sis. Sis, I think a bit muted.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm just bringing up a quick BBC article just to remind the people what we are taught about still. Yeah, to give context to the conversation. Do you know what I mean? I think people are actually gonna, I'm telling you, this woman here, she's doing very well. Anyway, Barbados has announced its intention to remove Queen Elizabeth as its head of state and become a republic. The time has come to fully leave our colonial past, the Caribbean island nation's government said. It aimed to complete the process in time for the 55th anniversary of the independence from Britain in November 2021. A speech written by Prime Minister Maya Motley said Barbadians wanted a Barbadian head of state. This is the ultimate statement of confidence in who we are and what we are capable of achieving, the speech read. Buckingham Palace said that it was a matter for the government and people of Barbados. A source at Buckingham Palace said that the idea was not out of the blue and has been mooted and publicly talked about many times, BBC World correspondent Johnny Diamond said. They've given you some key facts. Barbados, one of the more populous and prosperous Caribbean islands, gained its independence from Britain in 1966. Queen Elizabeth remains its constitutional monarch. Once heavily dependent on sugar exports, its economy has diversified into tourism and finance. The second part I find to be very interesting, tourism and finance. That's very interesting. So we've got a Caribbean island in the finance sector, big up. Its prime minister is Mia Motley, elected in 2018 and the first woman to hold the post. Big ups again. The statement was part of the throne speech, which outlines the government's policies and programs ahead of the new session of Parliament. While it is read out by the Governor General, it is written by the country's Prime Minister. The speech also quoted a warning from Errol Barrow, Barbados' first Prime Minister, after it gained independence, who said that the country should not loiter on colonial premises. Okay, so this is the Prime Minister here. Okay, big up, Minister Maya Motley. Although obviously we know Jamaica done at, but we're not so that. Anyway, we read on. His is not the only voice in Barbados that has been suggesting a move away from the monarchy. A constitutional review commission recommended Republican status for Barbados in 1998. All right. And Miss Motley's predecessor in officer, Frendel Stewart, also argued for a move from a monarchical system to a republican form of government in the very near future. Barbados would not be the first British colony in the Caribbean to become a republic. Guyana took that step in 1970, less than 4 years after gaining independence from Britain. Yeah, what we say? Guyana, 1970. But man not say nothing still. We really done. And Trinidad and Tobago followed suit in 1976 and Dominica in 1978. Maybe I shouted too quick, but anyway, all three stayed with the Commonwealth, a loose association of former British colonies and current dependencies, along with some countries that have no historical ties to Britain. It is actually quite unusual for a country to remove the Queen as its head of state. The last to do so was Mauritius in 1992. Other Caribbean countries like Dominica, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago became republics in the 1970s. Many of the 15 countries that are currently part of the Queen's realm seem to value the relationship it provided with her and the United Kingdom. Of course, some have talked for years of slipping the royal anchor and establishing their own head of state, but other political objectives often get in the way. Certainly, this is not the first time that the politicians in Barbados have declared their intention to become a republic. The question is whether this decision will be matched by others. Jamaica has in the past suggested that this is the route it might follow. What is significant is that the Prime Minister of Barbados cast a decision as leaving our colonial past behind. In the context of Black Lives Matter movement, it will be interesting to see if this sparks wider political pressure on other Caribbean governments to go the same way, which is what Dave Vine was wanting to touch upon. And if this happens and the removal of the Queen as head of state is placed on a par with, say, the removal of a statue of a slave trader, then that could pose difficult questions for both the British royal family and the Commonwealth. Okay, so it says countries where the Queen is head of state. So we still have Bahamas, Belize, which is South America, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent, and obviously Barbados was still in there, but it will come out. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Tuvalu. Bloody hell, so them people they reach far, Then the blood cleat, them come over here, so what the fuck is even over here? What the fuck? I mean, this was bad enough, the Solomon Islands, but Lord of Jesus, man. Anyway,
St. Lucia, dash away, St. Lucia, dash away.
Right. So that's that. So there was a few interesting things in that still. So what do you think? So we've already got some republics. It'll be interesting to see how they've fared being a republic. Maybe talk a little bit about Guyana, but they also mentioned, what was it? You got Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, and Dominica. See, I definitely did. Do you know that TNT was a republic?
I didn't know about Dominica, and Dominica surprises us surprises me definitely as a St. Lucian, sis, because everybody knows that St. Lucia and Dominica are twins. So I'm surprised if Dominica's done it. Why has not St. Lucia? That shocked me. I knew about TNT. I didn't know about Dominica.
Right. Well, I mean, interesting. I stopped sharing it. Hold on. It spoke about obviously the different politics of the different islands as to, do you know what I'm saying to you? Hold on. How do I stop sharing it? Okay. Kushty saying Jamaica, stop considering it and do it. Cha. The thing is, you see,
but sis, let's talk about that now, because we're going to talk about the biggest island, I guess, will be Jamaica, yeah? So let's say, but Jamaica, would the same politics apply? let's not forget now. Let's be wise now, family in the chat. Yeah, let's think about this deeply. What is the debt of Jamaica? Let's start there, sir. The debt that they're saying that Jamaica owes. If Jamaica was to go and do this, how would that affect Jamaica? Like, big and serious now. Let's think about this before we rush to how. Remember, like Nanifa just said, the different countries, different politics, yeah, across the islands, yeah. But we know the debt of Jamaica. That's one thing we definitely know. So if they was to do this, how would this be an exchange, and how would it benefit, and how would it one benefit us, and secondly, how would it affect us, especially economically? Like, how would we feel well in this? Like, let's think. But go through Nines. I just want the family to think on that while you're talking. But go on.
Well, all right. I mean, whilst we're, because obviously we have to try and get in the back and pull up some stats and whatever in terms of the debt. But I would put my, hand on the line and say that, Jamaica's debt is far more than. All right, let's have a look. Let's see if there's something for Caribbean debt. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, I'll shout out the family that have come through early morning for breakfast, man. You don't know. Cornmeal porridge this morning, It's very cold out here. So
I'm gonna do it for you now, sis. Sorry to cut you, Nine. I'm gonna do it for you now. I'm gonna drop the link for Kushty, yeah.
Alright, I'm just trying to seeing what sort of stats there are, but it doesn't seem that they could do it island by island. It seems like
I can't hear anything. Is it me? Or is Nine still there?
You can't hear me, Bab. Go out and come back in again if you can't hear me. Alright, Jamaica debt. Ooh. All right, so let's have a look. Let's see if we can do some little rudiment. Oh, she's not dropped the investigation. What is that noise, man?
Guys, I don't think I can hear anything. I'm coming back.
All right, so as according to this, in 2020, the national debt of Jamaica amounted to around 13.69 billion dollars. Jeez and peas, man. Flip it now. Right, so that's Jamaica's debt. It's going in the 2020. Divine? Mic check, Divine. Oh boy.
Yeah, sorry, sis. Am I here now?
All right, we can hear you now.
I'm on mute. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm saying in 2020, the debt of Jamaica was 13.69 billion, which is actually atrocious, man. Absolutely. And then let me just check Barbados' debt. Fuck yeah, now, man. And I probably should do it to G. Oh my God. What did I say Jamaica's was?
I missed it, sis. Sorry, I was trying to get myself in order.
All right, cool. So
go back to Jamaica again, I beg. I missed it.
All right, cool. So Barbados' debt is 7.92 billion. That's Barbados' debt, yeah? So I'll call it 7 billion. And Jamaica's, let me see. Fuck, And Jamaica's debt, they're saying, is 13. So it's nearly double. To be fair, though, Yeah, I mean, it sounded bad in the first place, but then comparing it to, not that we're saying that but in terms of like the population or whatever, that's not too bad. I feel a little bit better. They're both still ridiculous. Jamaica's is ridiculous, but that's not.
7.924 Barbados, you said.
Yeah.
And 13 point what?
6-9. Call it 14. Call it double, innit? Call it double. All right, let me see. So that's Jamaica.
That is crazy, sis. This is crazy.
Okay, let me see who else. All right, let's go Trinidad and Tobago just to check Trinidad because they're a republic as well. So let me see. Let's see what they're saying. In 2020, TNT debt was 11.439 million euros. And has increased to 2.218 million since 2000. So their debt is low. TNT, in comparison, let me double check with someone else because that looks low. That looks quite low. Let me see. 2020 for debt, and that's in millions, was 13.65. And that's debt per capita. That's 9,336. So per capita, that's quite high still. So all right then. So sorry, I was just going through some figures in terms of debt. So in relation to becoming a republic, Divine, when we were talking about that, Jamaica's is double. Not sure. Let's find out what happens to the debt if you will. I don't think nothing happens to it though, because it's not like Bahamas is the richest, Jamaica is the 10th richest, Trinidad is the second. Oh, what is the second richest? Oh, really? Okay, hold on a second. Because we've got to do it like, all right, let me see. Okay. All right, so the very richest island in the Caribbean with a GDP per capita income of 33,516 is the Bahamas. This stable developing nation is not only the richest country in the West Indies, but it also has the 14th highest nominal GDP in North America. Like much of the Caribbean, the Bahamas is heavily dependent on tourism. So, but the Bahamas is owned by America, isn't it? So that would make sense in a way still. In fact, the Bahamas, I think they hardly even use their own currency on that island, do they? Oh, let me see. Yeah, the Bahamian dollar. But again, their population, man, they're not even 400,000 population, man. They're not even 400,000 population. But all right, so let me not get sidetracked by the stats and that. But basically, we're saying that okay, they're becoming a republic. Financially, they seem to be in a good position. And if we go back to the report where it was saying that finance is actually one of the, I think one of the important things to notice here, family, especially if we're trying to compare Jamaica and whatever, is the fact that they diversified, right? Let's have a look where it says this. Hold on, let's see. Yeah, once heavily dependent on the sugar exports, its economy has diversified into tourism and finance. You know what I'm saying to you? And I think that second one of finance, I think that's really, really significant. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because they've still got an industry to fall back on. if anything were to happen to their main industry, in my opinion, will never be free. They are still part of the Commonwealth and still are indebted to Britain. Well, this is it though. Some of them are indebted to Britain and also to the IMF, etc., etc. A lot of rich white people live in Bahamas. Yeah, that's a fact. Yo, skits. Don't come around here causing trouble, you know. You got people looking to jump out of windows and all sorts of skits. Is that? Yeah, but yeah, man. So like we were saying, big up Barbados anyway for making the definitely making the bold step. But I'd like to know more about that because I didn't know that they had transferred into finance. To be honest, obviously I know about their tourism and so forth. And I think for all the Caribbean countries, that's definitely a lesson learned. Do you know what I mean? In terms of diversifying, because you know tourism can be hit by so many things. I mean, look, the C19 being a classic example, right? Obviously, in these couple of years, I'm sure all them islands that are just heavily reliant upon tourism are getting jacked up, you know, properly jacked up. So maybe, you know what I mean, maybe there's a lesson definitely to be learned in that, you know, because we know that, in these 2 years, money ain't stopped being circulated, you know what I mean? So if Barbados are in the sector of finances, then them still are make money, you know? And another, you know, shame on some of these islands, or let me speak about Jamaica, you know, specifically, is the selling of the family jewels. Something that England itself, that's the thing, you know, it's a mad triangle thing. Yeah, but the selling of the family jewels, you know, unfortunately, they've sold so many of their like labels or industries, you know, including the tourism sector. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, I think some of these sort of mistakes are being repeated in, you know, certain parts of Africa now. Definitely Egypt. You know what I'm saying to you? Where, you know, you go certain parts, I mean, at least in Sharm and up in them regions, Sharm el Sheikh and whatever, you got to be paying to go on your own beaches. Or they'll tell you that this beach is private. You know, and I know it's the same thing in Barbados, definitely. Certain beaches are private. You can't go near them, you know? So, yeah, man. Again, there's always trade-offs, though, in such situations, man. But at this point, I also want to reiterate to the people, remember them, I told you that that Barbados is the first country to have an embassy in the metaverse. You see what I'm saying to you? So again, that shows how forward thinking they are, it could be argued. You know what I mean? And if you want to win in this game, you definitely have to be forward thinking. You get me? And forward planning. So yeah, Barbados, they probably got one of two things on their mind, man. You know, and the people that listen to me, you know, I had a little family in Barbados still, so I got to go over there a few times. And if you lot heard me a few weeks ago and I said, rest in peace, Uncle Dennis, he was actually Bayesian. You know what I'm saying to you? They had one of the most, what's the word? It was a pig farmer. Let me just leave it there, man. And their pig farm was going on with things. Pig farm, you know, mad thing. Yeah. But yeah, man. So, yeah. So big up to Guyana, man. And like the article says, you know, maybe some other islands will look at this, you know what I'm saying to you, and follow suit if it's good for them. Yeah, but it says what is significant that the Prime Minister of Barbados cast a decision as leaving our colonial past behind. And I think that's quite a significant statement there. You know what I'm saying to you? You know, that legacy there is physical, it's spiritual, it's emotional, it's all sorts of shit. You know what I mean? And it's going to take a long time still, but baby steps, man. But yeah, man. And it says, in the context of the Black Lives Matter movement, it will be interesting to see if this sparks wider political pressure on the other Caribbean governments to go the same way. You know, and like the article says, it's something that Jamaica has muted, you know, quite a few times, I'm sure. But all I'd say is that if to do that, you know what I mean, you just got to make sure that you're in the right position, because you do not want to jump from the frying pan into the fire. That's one thing, you know what I'm saying to you. And it seems quite obvious that, you know, Barbados lined up all its ducks, you know what I'm saying to you, and got their thing popping. Grand Risings, Queen Kushty, war, man.
Grand Rising.
Yeah, bring the family back.
Grand Rising, sis. I'm here. I'm just doing some research in the back here, but I'm here.
Yeah, man.
No
Kush, we
problem.
say, man, you're right,
Good
bab.
topic. Yeah, man. Good topic, man, for the morning and thing. I haven't heard really people talking about it, so it's good to be able to dissect it and things. Do you know what I mean? But I think it's a good step. I think the lady, she's, from what I've been hearing and things, she's serious. She's got an agenda and a plan. I've seen her go to like African unions and making speeches and saying that, you know, it's time that we're a bit more independent and working amongst each other, both the Caribbean and the African continent. And she's definitely, I sense a bit of a Pan-African vibe from her, man. She's definitely about the independence and moving forward. I see she can't stand the legacy and the need. Every time I hear her speak, she's always talking about the fact that she wants to be independent, you know.
Yeah.
And she's definitely doing strides and steps to do that. So yeah, man, it's a great thing, and I hope they follow suit. I think it was an interesting question though, that what you and Lady D were saying, because I was like, yeah, man, because automatically I was just like, yeah, Jamaica needs to come with it. But it's true, the questions that you were asking beforehand, before to just expect these Caribbean countries to go with it. I do know that Barbados is different though, because I think they've got like a form of offshore banking. So when they were talking about finance, that's probably around that region. So it'll be interesting what's going on in regards to, you know, tax evasion and things like that for the wealthy, if that's still continuing. And what about their debt? Have they wiped off the debt? Have they scrapped some of the debt? Have they still got the debt?
I think they've still got it, because I just checked, and theirs is 7 billion and Jamaica's is 14.
That's some eye-watering amount, you know. We're talking about billion, yeah, not million.
It said billion, yeah.
How we got how? That's the only question.
Exactly, sis.
How?
16.69 billion US dollars. All right, let's have a look.
Well, they say they put away the whip and then they gave us a loan.
Come on, man.
So you can see how they.
All right, let's see if we can find a little. Let's see if I can find an article as to remind ourselves as to why our debt is so eye-watering. Because obviously, you know, even after independence came, you know what I mean? Like I said, came the IMF and whatever. This is it's all bull, man. But let's have a look.
This is what I mean. And the only way they can really get out of this is to be independent. Because if this is some sort of that amount is just eye-watering. You can't even comprehend it. Like, you couldn't sit down and really comprehend that much. Was it 7 billion? A small little island. So I get why she's saying the only way to move forward is start being independent. Even if you're saying, okay, in a one lifetime you might not be able to pay off all the debt. The best that you could hope for is that you're not incurring more debt, right? That you're not still going back there and begging for more money at this point. Start a strategy where you're getting your own income and stuff like that, and maintaining your island, and then start on getting rid of that debt. Definitely when you're having these negotiations with these like with the Queen and all them, that they don't, you must try and see if you can at least take off a quarter of that or half of that, or scrap the thing, man. Because you can't be coming to the country and talking about, oh, you know, we're great to see this, our horrible history, our horrible past, but yeah, you can keep that billion debt. I mean, we'll still take that money from you. So I definitely hope they all get it together. I hope that she's a beacon of light. Do you know what I mean? And I hope that they can come through some sort of method to move forward. But yeah, man, it's a beautiful thing. But I think, yeah, this topic is serious. I like the questions that you're asking. So I'll just wait for you to get. Are you both still researching what you're researching?
Yes, yeah. I'm just see, I've got it on my phone. I was just trying to bring it up, but if the people don't mind, let me try and just quickly read some of it. Yeah, because
yeah, go ahead, sis.
Trying to get it on my phone, but hold on my computer. Hold on, let me send it to. I can do it this way still. Hold on. All right, so I've got it now. All right, so we're gonna have to go back to school a little bit, family.
Bless up, Miss Amelia. Bless up, Twinny.
Bless up, Miss Amelia. Bless up, family. Bless up, family. So to see that thing, we got to read it, yeah?
Oh no, I just put it there to get it up.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, cool. So where am I? Okay, I'm here. Let's try and bring this down a bit. All right, so let's just read a little bit as to, as someone said, why we're in this sort of eye-watering debt. But also we've got to understand the politics as well, man. You know what I'm saying to you? Although it doesn't make it any better, but all right, so let's have a look. Okay, so this is on the IMF website, family, yeah? So it goes May 2019. All right. After gaining independence in 1962, Jamaica enjoyed strong economic growth. And whilst we're reading, family, we might be able to sort of remember certain things that will happen. Well, not even remember, but now that we know to have happened politically, yeah, to be able to make sense out of nonsense as well, still. But anyway, after gaining independence in 1962, Jamaica enjoyed strong economic growth and achieved middle income status quickly. 3 decades later, income started to plateau, including following a massive financial crisis in the 1990s and a further setback after the 2008 global financial crisis. Challenges have ranged from policy missteps that led to high public debt to vulnerability in natural disasters. Yeah, obviously that's like hurricanes and them kind of thing. It's in the hurricane region. Immigration and brain drain, which I think are probably the most two important. Yeah, immigration and brain drain. If you remember, we were speaking before, Divine. Yeah, but anyway, and high crime.
So we're talking about doctors, nurses, them thing there.
Right. Which, like I said, the whole of the Caribbean suffered, and to probably a certain extent, Africa. You know what I mean? Everyone wants to come. You get me to the West. Anyway, by 2013, Jamaica's public debt had reached a historic high of about 147% of GDP, making it one of the most indebted countries in the world. After a debt exchange in 2010 and yet another IMF-supported program that went off track in 2011, the country was on the verge of an economic meltdown. With no access to no international capital markets, Jamaica once again turned to the IMF in spring 2013 for financial support. So this is under now, what government is here now? That's PNP them times. Hold on, is that PNP? With its preceding weak track record of reform, significant and Divine.
I'm here, sis. I'm listening.
Oh yeah, because this is important when we're trying to do the comparison and walk that walk, in it.
Right.
So, with its preceding weak track record of reform, significant budget financing from international and development partners was less forthcoming. Jamaica needed a second debt exchange and a primary surplus of 7.5% of GDP to help stabilize the economy and address long-standing structural changes. Although I don't see why Jamaica can't do what England and America do and just print more blood clot money. Anyway, the public said enough is enough. The Economic Program Oversight Committee was formed so that the stakeholders from the private sector, unions, government, academia, and the media could come together to hold the government accountable for its reform commitments and fiscal discipline under the reform program. With that as described by Finance Minister Nigel Clark, what began as an IMF program became a Jamaica program with IMF support. All right, so Under
But hold on,
2000.
sis, pause there, pause right there. 'Cause I want the family to make sure we're keeping up with the timeline of Wagwan. So we got to go back to the Caribbean now, yeah? So remember, 1969, independence comes through. Within 3 years after that, so that'll bring us to what, 1972? Within 3 years, it says, they started to reach like economical growth started happening. Yeah, remember, this is 3 years straight after independence now in 1962. What am I talking about? So in 1962, sorry, independence is given. 3 years later, so we're going to 1965 now. The country starting to get good economical growth and achieve middle incomes. Would it say middle income status quickly?
That was a very important fact there.
Very, very right. So decades later, income started to plateau in the 90s, family. So remember, we now moved from the 60s to the 90s, yeah? And 1965 now to 1990. Incomes are starting to drop. Financial crisis starts to kick in. All of this stuff starts to happen. What's being done at this time, we don't know. We're going to have to go into history and go back into researching that. We don't know what's going on in the 90s. But what we do know is by 2013, Jamaica is the highest indebted country to Great Britain. Houseway. Something's not right, but adding up this, sis. We need to investigate what was going on around these times between the 1990s. Hold on. It says here actually. So it says in the 1990s, a further setback after the 2008 global financial crisis. So a global financial crisis happens, yeah, in 2008. By 2013, Jamaica's in debt, the highest country in the world, in debt to England. It's crazy, sis.
Well, 2000.
Who was leading Jamaica at that time, and who was the governing thing of England? Who was the party of England at that time? What was going on? We need to look into this.
Well, 2008 was still Labour.
What was going on in Jamaica 2008? PMP? What was going on in Jamaica in 2008? What was going on? Let me go and look. Hold on. Sorry, family. I'm just intrigued on what was going on in this timeline, innit? Hold on.
Yeah, Labour coming to power in, what was it, 97, 98? And but sorry if I was eating an apple, 1 second. All right, so bless up, because I'm just having my breakfast, man. 1 apple. But yeah, Kushty, what I was saying in terms of Jamaica and potentially other.
Sorry, sis. Also, Bruce Golding. So Bruce Golding was running things 2007, sorry, to 2011. So Paul Golding. Where we get Paul from? Bruce. Where me I go? Let me go get my coffee. I'm chatting shit. But Bruce Golding was running things. So let me look more into him while you're chatting. Yes, sis.
Yeah, but going back to it, at the end of the day, like I said, one thing I can say about Barbados is that they've been running their thing tight for a long while. You know what I'm saying to you? Even whilst we've been taking the P. Like I said, seemingly one of their industries is finance, which, like I said, is a safe industry to be in. You know what I mean? Especially when we're in times like this, because, like I'm saying, a lot of the islands and places around the world would have been losing out on tourism and if tourism is your mainstay to make money, you're in problems. But they moved over to tourism, not tourism, sort of finance. So, you know what I mean, respect due to that. And again, even if I was to compare that with my little Highland, who also are heavily reliant upon tourism, but let's see what their secondary money making is. Let's see, man. Because these are important when it, like I said, when it comes to thinking about making decisions to become a republic and that. Like how can you stand on your own 2 feet? I mean, kind of worst thing you want to do is go stand up on your own 2 feet and go back with your hands. You get me? Because that would just be embarrassing. And we can see just even from the report that we've just been reading there that unfortunately, with all the will in the world, Jamaica is not yet in that position. Yeah, or it's definitely not reflecting it in its sort of financial management. You know what I mean? Because let's read on a little bit more. Under the 2013 Extended Fund Facility and subsequently, what is that bell, man? Oh, it's you, you know. 1 second, family. Something, you know. That should be it now. Under the 2013 Extended Fund Facility and subsequently the 2016 Precautionary Standby Arrangement, which was signed with a new administration, the Jamaican authorities over the past 6 years, with strong capacity building support from international financial institutions and other partners, have made significant progress in stabilizing the economy and improving its social outcomes in particular. Okay, let's read on a little bit more. Fiscal and external sustainability have been restored. Jamaica has achieved a level of unprecedented fiscal discipline across the 2 governments from opposing parties, delivering a primary surplus in excess of 7% of GDP for 6 consecutive years. Public debt is down to below 100% of GDP for the first time since 2000-2001. The tax reform, supported by technical assistance from both the IMF and the Inter-American Development Bank, which helped with admin and the switch from direct to indirect taxes, generated significant dividend during the period. This allowed for some net tax cuts in the most recent budget, a first within Jamaica's living history. Okay. Unemployment is at an all-time low, and growth is gradually improving. Business and consumer confidence are at all-time highs. Now, I must say this report, I think, was pre-COVID as well, so we've got to take that into consideration. While the unemployment rate has reached 8%, an all-time low, that's quite low still, and poverty is slowly declining, although still high. Bloody hell. The economy has grown for 16 consecutive quarters, so that's 4 years, 4 years, and the pace is accelerating as sectors that were dormant are now producing, for example, mining. Okay. Capital and social spending are on the rise. The IMF-supported reform program placed a floor on social spending, which the authorities consistently exceeded. Capital spending, which was often crowded out, was completed at about 98% of allocation, with major ongoing roadwork. Financial sector reforms are taking hold. Several reforms supported by IMF technical assistance are completed or underway to further strengthen the securities dealers and financial sector more broadly. Foreign exchange auction systems are being tested, and proposed amendments to the Bank of Jamaica Act are being considered to switch to inflation targeting. The combination of commitment to reform from all walks of society, political, public, and private sector, as well as strong support from international and bilateral partners, has provided Jamaica a historic opportunity to reverse its course from unsustainable policy making to setting an example for other small countries on how to take on a crisis and convert it into an opportunity. Well, that's fighting talk, boy. As the financial engagement with the IMF concludes later this year, such continued commitment, along with building the necessary institutions for policy continuity, should hold Jamaica in good stead for sustained higher economic growth. Wow. Okay. All right. So that was just a little a report from the IMF speaking about Jamaica. What we've definitely ascertained is that right now Jamaica is in £14 billion debt.
Wait, pause. Let me check and stop with my little country of Luwala. Who come? Let me have a little look at her now. Come on, Luwala. Let's have a look at you. So it says the statistics. So it says, yeah, it says the statistics shows the national debt of Luwala Lahu. Come on, let's bring back the name. So the statistics shows the national debt of St. Lucia from 2016 to 2020, with projections up into 2026. The national debt of St. Lucia amounted to about 1.45 billion US dollars. That is a lot still, but when I'm hearing 14, sis,
yeah, that's minuscule, man.
Price.
But what's the population of St. Lucia?
Okay, let's go and look at the population. She just wants to know the population.
Because obviously, Jamaica's got one of the higher populations in it.
Yeah.
And let me see Barbados. But I don't think Barbados is even 1 million.
What's the population of St. Lucia? So the population is, okay, let's see what it says. Population for 2020, 183,669. Okay. Yeah, that's
how much?
Yeah, it's tiny, sis. Only 183.
Right. And then let's look at Barbados. It's only 287.
Right. Grenada's 112. Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Let's see who
so they need less money to run their country because there's less people, you know what I mean?
St. Kitts is 53. Oh, where do you ask? Dominica has only got 71. What's the population of Jamaica again, sis?
Double check, but it's over 2 million, isn't it?
Okay, Turks and Caicos 38.
2 point, so it's nearly 3 million now. It's flipping now. I don't know how it's gone up like that, but yeah, 2.96 million.
Oh, hold on, there's an updated one. So the population of St. Lucia is now 184,829 as of Tuesday, December the 7th, 2021. So that's the latest. So as of December 7th, a couple of days ago, the population was 184. And so it's growing. The population in St. Lucia is growing.
Right, but at least from those that we've just mentioned, we can sort of compare and contrast between the islands
and the how small they are comparison to Jamaica. I get it, yeah.
And not even and just in terms of the debt as well, and you know what I mean.
Right. But still, sis, that's still ridiculous. 14, sis.
No, of course, man. I didn't think it was going to be
that. There's a reason why they call it small islands, isn't it?
Facts, Kushty. Oh, mate. So what does this mean, most what does this mean? We see the sorry, sis. I'll go back to your question, sis. I don't want to go off topic.
No, I was just going to say, for example, there's more Guyanese outside of Guyana than on the country.
So you could be saying for Jamaica, there's more Jamaicans outside of Jamaica than there is in Jamaica. We're all over the world. One little island and we reach everywhere. Oh boy.
I was going to ask as well, do you know a good point that was raised when one of the sisters was reading the facts is the infrastructure, right? Mm-hmm. So they're saying that a lot of the loans have been used because of natural disasters. We know about a lot of them. I know Jamaica is constantly having them. I don't know what the comparison is to the other islands, but this is why it goes back to being self-efficient. Like, why are you just constantly waiting for another disaster to come? Where is the infrastructure? It's not about
the
disaster come.
So sorry to cut you. If we do that, then we have to also then look at Haiti, sis. And remember, they don't get no help in that. So let me look at a little bit of research on Haiti and see what their debt is and see how
That's
they
a
manage
point.
through. Yeah, because they don't get no help. So how are they doing it? Let's see. Hold on.
That's a point. And
Of course, Haiti get help.
because
Like
everything they do.
Haiti's a lot of problems right now because, and I think, and I'm putting my chest on this. I think the things that are reaching Haiti, they're just not natural. They ain't natural. So I mean, also go on this, man. One little place can't get licks at hard so often, man. You know what I mean? But that's a different story still.
Boy. Oh, yeah, definitely.
But yeah, that's why we said.
Say something. I forgot I was in life, boy. My mouth he said
yeah, you don't know.
Yeah,
but the report there though, the report I just read did sort of highlight those sort of factors, Kushty, in terms of like natural disasters, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? And we know in the Caribbean, some islands are more prone to it than others. This, that, and the other. And again, that's going to come down to the population of the country and this and that. So yeah, man.
Okay, so it says Haiti now. Haiti has a debt of 21 billion.
21
billion to judge. That's more than Jamaica 14, you know. 21.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Hold on a minute. After the Haitians gained independence.
Jamaica's the fourth largest. I think. Sorry to interrupt you, sis, but I think Jamaica's the fourth largest in the Caribbean, country in the Caribbean, and I think
making a quick coffee, lady.
I'm not sure what Haiti is on that, sis. I know that Dominican Republic's quite high, and they're like second or something. But I mean, it's an invisible border. Do you know what I mean? They're practically supposed to be the same thing. But that's funny, isn't it, sis?
It's crazy.
Like,
21 billion, you know, and I'm barling over the 14. 14 is bad enough.
What's Dominican Republic saying?
I'm on Wikipedia, yes, sis. Let me just see a little bit of what the first, I guess, paragraph. So let me see what it says. It says, after the Haitians gained independence from the French colonial rule in the Haitian Revolution in 1804, the French returned in 1825 and demanded the newly independent country pay the French government and French slaveholders the modern equivalent of 21 billion for claiming slave owners' property. And the land.
What? Can you rewind and come again on that one, sis?
I'm telling you, I can't believe what I'm reading. Wait, I need Anifa. Let me just drop the link in the back so Anifa can put it up on the screen when she gets back. It would better we all go.
Yes, please.
Then my God send me a lie, me I tell.
Right, drop it now. Kettle's on, man.
All right, okay. People like I say, I lie, me I tell. 1 second.
Yeah, big up Miss Amelia. She said Barbados is away from the hurricane belt, which is giving it an advantage in development because they don't get hurricanes. Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. When we start comparing and contrasting, you know what I mean? We get a better picture as to, you know what I mean? How other people can look rosier. But yeah, man.
There we go, sis.
Big up Miss Amelia. That's what I was thinking. I know Jamaica gets a lot of natural disasters, like constantly. You're always worried and calling back home or sending money back home, and that's very funny. So Barbados is probably one of the few countries that get natural disasters.
Yeah, because it's completely flat as well.
Right, and they've also, for some reason, are the offshore. They do the offshore banking, right? So a load of people can go down there, do their banking in there. So they're getting the interest rates. They're doing all of this. They're getting something out of that. It's just funny how they do it, because I know that Barbados used to be called, what is it, Little England? So they were one of the favorites of the Queen, right? So they know the islands. They know it. They map it out, obviously, right? They know it, and they know that one has less disaster. It's one of the Crown's favorite island, and they do offshore banking. Now, all I'm saying is this woman right here that they got in Barbados, she's checking levels. Do you know what I mean? And I'm feeling it. Like, but anyways, carry on, ladies. But yeah, it's the more we're getting into this, the clearer it's becoming. Do you understand? Yeah, good girl. And Lady D, after you did your research, it'll be good to see what Dominican Republic is saying, right? As well on that, in contrast to Haiti, because we know the history behind that. So I've got a feeling they're going to be faring them much better. Because even when a disaster happens, it seems to only hit Haiti. And it's like, what, an invisible border between them? How does that make sense? Like what Nine says?
Yeah, that Haiti thing's a mad thing, man. That's a mad thing.
Yeah,
And
come on.
you know what I mean? True, I know them are going with certain things because I definitely believe that they can pinpoint where they want fuckeries to happen. You see what I'm saying to you? Using certain fuckery.
Yeah.
And we can talk about that on another day still. You know what I'm saying to you? Yo, Divine, are you there?
I think she's researching on Haiti.
All right, let me quickly start reading this thing. Although I brought it up to, and then I can make my coffee. Can you read that, Kushty? French government and French state.
Yeah. The French government and French slaveholders. That one.
Yeah. I'm gonna finish making my coffee, and we can hear Little Queen as well. So that's giving us all nice vibes. So go on, read it, man.
All right, there you are. French government and French slaveholders, the modern equivalent of US 21 billion for claiming slave owners' property and the land that they had turned into profitable sugar and coffee producing plantations. This independence debt was financed by French banks and the American Citibank and finally paid off in 1947. So they paid it off in 1947. 21 billion. Later, the corrupt Duvalier, my French not good, dynasty added to the country's debts and is believed to have used the money to expand their power and for their personal benefits. In the early 21st century, and especially after the devastating earthquake in 2010, the World Bank and some other governments forgave the remaining parts of Haiti's debt. That's so kind of them. France forgave a more recent loan with a balance of 77 million, but has refused to consider repaying the independence debt. I think I'm going to need you to scroll down, sis. So basically what they're saying is that 21 billion, that initial amount, got paid off in 1947. How they managed to do that and who had to suffer from that, we all know. Do you know what I mean? It's the people. And then they said that later the corrupt... Okay, here we go. She scrolled down. Haiti was the richest and most productive European colony in the world going into the 1800s. Haiti's legacy of debt began shortly after a widespread slave revolt against the French. You right there, Mama? Good girl. With Haitians gaining their independence from France in 1804. So they're saying that Haiti was the richest European colony. Okay, so while they were enslaved. Okay, with Haitians gaining their independence from France in 1804. President of the United States, Thomas Jefferson, fearing that slaves gaining their independence would spread to the United States, stopped sending aid that began under his predecessor, John Adams, and pursued international isolation of Haiti during this tenure. France had also pursued a policy that prevented Haiti from participating in trade in the Atlantic. This isolation on the international stage, yes, Mama, this isolation on the international stage made Haiti desperate for economic relief. France, with warships at the ready, sailed to Haiti in 1825 and demanded Haiti to compensate France for its loss of slaves and its slave colony in exchange for French recognition of... Just gonna need you to scroll down, sis. Where was I? Okay, France with its warships at the ready sailed to Haiti in 1825 and demanded Haiti to compensate the payment. France required that Haiti provide a 50% discount on its export goods to them, making repayment more difficult. Oh, what a liberty. So you're already paying them back a certain amount, and then on top of that, you've got to give them 50% discount on everything.
And this is what I'm saying, sis. So, and that's what I'm saying, Mama
Carl. So with that 50% that you've got left off, that's your profit, and then you've got to pay back the debt with that 150%. Sis? Oh, sorry, Nan. I think
Yes,
you're
miss,
talking.
absolutely, man. No, but that's what I'm saying. When you start to drill down, can you hear me, Bab?
Yeah, I can hear you now, sis.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. When you start drilling down into certain things, yeah, it's not as black and white, you know what I mean, as we may first read, or do you know what I'm saying to you? Imagine when we speak about certain places and the positions that they're in. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because I didn't even know that they had received their independence as early as that.
Well, they were one of the first to get independent. We knew that they were one of the first to get independent, right? But then, like you said, when you really have to break it down, because we just know the date, right? We know the big revolution. We know that they won. But when you break it down, they won, and in America, slavery was still going on. And they were so worried about what was happening in this Caribbean island that they then started putting on all of these sanctions and things and making their life difficult, right? They said that they can't trade internationally. They stopped relief. France then stepped in. So you already got beef with America. Now France is saying, we ain't stopping your debt. And on top of that, anything you give us, we want a 50% discount. With your 50% remaining, though, you're still going to pay off $1 billion debt. And you have ignorant people talking about, well, this is why they're like this, and this is da-da-da. Yeah.
Oh, big up, Tezza. Tezza said he's back in the building. Welcome back from the heavens, man.
Back in town.
Yeah,
bless up, Mr. Riggs.
Yeah. But yeah, Kushty, that is interesting.
Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. In exchange for French recognition, Haiti as a sovereign republic.
Do I need to scroll down again?
Have you skipped it, or is this the right place?
Sorry, sister.
Yeah, I think you just need to go up a little bit.
Coffee, but I'm back.
Let's.
I'm sorry.
I think Nine's had to get some coffee.
Where we at now? Are we still on
Nine? Do you mind just scrolling up a bit? Yeah, this whole thing is deep.
Okay, wicked. I didn't want to miss that.
Scroll up. I think we missed the line. No, sorry, down. So I think we've skipped the line. I just want to go back a line or a sentence. Sorry.
Give me a sentence that it starts with.
I can't remember. Just go to the next sentence up for me.
This is the big right.
Okay, there we go.
Started here was the talk of the independent debt.
Here we go. Okay, yeah, here we go. Haiti was the richest. Right, we knew that. Okay, where we going? Fearing that the slaves gaining their independence was spread to the United States, stopped sending aid that began under his predecessor, John Adams, and pursued international isolation of Haiti during his tenure. That's just America. Now, France had also pursued a policy that prevented Haiti from participating in trade in the Atlantic. What does in the Atlantic mean as well? Like, what countries does that mean? How many countries can't Haiti participate in trading with? Right, you got to think of that. That's isolation on the international stage.
Because then you have to get into maritime law and all of that type of shit.
Okay. So this isolation on the international stage made Haiti desperate for economic relief. Okay, can you scroll down now, sis?
Sorry. Oh, shit. Hold on.
That's all right.
That's good there.
After Haiti gained independence from... Okay, France with warships at the... Yeah, this is it. France with the warships at the ready sailed to Haiti in 1825. And so at this point, I think they're already... Remember, Haiti's already independent, right?
Exactly.
So why France with warships ready sailing to Haiti? I don't know why. When they were independent, I'm thinking 1804.
Well,
and
keep reading.
1825, my people.
Listen to them.
Right. And demanded Haiti. That's what I'm saying. For those that are listening, the true ones. And demanded Haiti to compensate France for the loss of its slaves and its slave colony.
Right. So they
did you hear
in
that?
exchange for French
one way or another, they might get it.
sis, let me just make sure that people don't understand what you really just read there. Let me put this in layman's terms. Basically, like what she's saying in UK style, yeah? I know you're listening, Trilla, catch what me I say. Yeah? Listen good. Basically, the French wanted the Haiti people to pay for their own freedom. In layman's terms, you've got to pay us slave owners now. You're in debt to us. You're taking away our profits, our this, our that, our future revenue, and all of this. So now pay us for your freedom. Basically, is what they're saying. Carry on, sis.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, we were paying our tax one, especially for the Black African Caribbeans. Our taxes up to what in 2013, 14 were also going to people who wanted to get compensated. Only in 2000 and odd, yeah, a couple of years ago, we paid it off. And that was to certain people who had lost their slaves. Now, we're talking about poor old Haiti, yeah, independent in 1804. Around 20 years later, 20 years later, you're coming with warships at the ready, talking about now they want Haiti, who's only had 20 years of independence, to pay back for the slaves, like what we had to do in the UK and its colony. Okay. In exchange for French recognition of Haiti as a sovereign republic, France demanded payment of 150 million francs. 150 mil. That's what that added up to, the slaves and slaves colony. In addition to the payment, France required that Haiti provide a 50% discount on its export goods to them, making repayment more difficult. In 1838, France agreed to reduce the debt to 90 million francs. How nice. So from 150 to 90. And that was when? That's like an extra 10 years on. Yeah, so how much have they really got between them?
Took away 60 million, basically, and they left them with the other 90.
Right, and 10 years later. So how much have they already paid off at that point anyway? Okay, to be paid over a period of 30 years to compensate former plantation owners who had lost their property. In 2004, the equivalent of 21 billion, historians have traced loan documents from the time of 1825 audience through the various refinancing efforts to the final remittance to the National City Bank, now Citibank, in 1947. Citibank, we just read, was American. So these people were battling two major forces. We know how terrible French are, especially if you look how they are to the in Africa, to the countries that they own. And then we're not talking about just France, we're talking about US as well. If you could scroll down, sis, please. I don't know who this person is. Duvalier, I don't know, probably a president of Haiti or something. From 1957 to 1986, Haiti was ruled by the corrupt and oppressive Duvalier family. Loans incurred during this period alone were estimated to account for approximately 40% of Haiti's debt. In 2000, before debt relief was granted, these funds were used to strengthen the Duvaliers' control over Haiti and the various fraudulent schemes. Large amount was simply stolen by the Duvaliers. Sorry if I'm murdering that. I didn't do French at school. So basically they're saying, so from 57 to 86, the corrupted family incurred a debt which was incurred during this period alone, were estimated to occur of approximately 40% of Haiti's debt. Okay, sis, you can scroll down.
Yes, it's bless up, man. Before you go any further, let's just welcome Teza back from the heavens and that. So big up yourself, Teza.
Bless up, King.
All right, he'll be back. But yeah, Kushty, man, like the more I'm listening, it's like, when you don't know the backstory,
it's not hard, is it, to see?
Okay,
exactly.
I'm saying. All right, go on, read, and we're enjoying.
It's actually disgusting listening to this. I'm not going to lie, my belly's turning with.
I know it truly is.
It's bunning me to the core, but But the facts are the facts. So I'm gonna have to let it go on. But it's bunning me. I'm not gonna front. Go on, sis.
It is. It's disgusting. And the thing is, I like the fact that we're breaking.
Yeah, go on, Kushty, my bad.
No, I was just saying I like the way we're breaking this down because it really gives you a nice timeline. And I don't want to hear anything about corruption because we can see this was 57 to 86. So it was well late down the line. So we can't blame corruption before this period. And we're talking about billions here. Yeah. Bless up.
Bless up, King. I hear you. I hear you in the background. Yeah. Tessa.
Yeah, don't forget the IMF, you know.
Well, that's what we need you for, because you're helping us educate us on this thing here, because we want to understand how all these islands are in so much debt, and it's just, and what has been taking away the head of state. How does that affect us? What's the benefits? What's the pitfalls? What happens to the debt? Like, we want to explore all of this because this is affecting all of us. You understand? So let's dig into it.
Just a quick one.
Let me finish this. Let me finish this paragraph, King, because you just said the IMF, and I can see 3 lines down. They're talking about it, so maybe you could give us a bit more onto it when I finish reading this part. Is that okay?
Yeah, no. Just continue reading. Continue reading. You're on the right path.
All right. Haiti had. Okay, yeah, because you knew it was coming. Because see, the ancestors are still strong with the king. Haiti had a total external debt of 2.1 billion at its peak. Jubilee USA Jubilee debt campaign. Okay, so Haiti had a total external debt of 2.1 billion at its peak, and others called for the immediate cancellation of Haiti's debt to multilateral institutions, including the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, so that's IMF, what Brother Terry just said, and the Inter-American Development Bank, based on the argument that this debt is unjust under a legal term called odious debt, and that Haiti could better use the funds going forward, debt service for education, healthcare, and basic infrastructure, which was just saying. Several organizations in US issued action alerts around the Haiti debt cancellation resolution, and a congressional letter to the US Treasury, including Jubilee USA and the Institute for Justice and Democracy in Haiti, and a Pax Christi USA. The more I read this, there's so much dirty, greedy hands into this poor little country, you know. People talk about France. USA are seriously in this. Sorry, anyways. Between 2006 and 2009, so that's just before 2010, the big disaster that hit them, Haiti was added to the World Bank and IMF's highly indebted poor country initiative. Interesting. Like what Nine said, the timing on these things, especially with Haiti, is so convenient. The Haiti debt cancellation resolution had 66 co-sponsors in the US House of Representatives. As of February 2008, as of February in 2008. In September 2009, following a program of economic and social reforms, Haiti met the requirements for completion of a HIPC program, qualifying it for the cancellation of its external debt obligations. This cut the face value of the debt by 757 million, and future debt services, including interest. And this is what I'm talking about the interest, yeah? Liberty. You're already putting debt, and now you're talking about interest to pay back by 1.2 billion. So sorry, because I interrupted. Let me say that again. This cut the face value of the debt by 757 million, and the future debt services, including interest, by 1.2 billion. Haiti's largest creditor, the Internal American Development Bank, IDB, another entity, was part of the debt relief initiative, but the initiative only cancelled loans made before 2005. And the IDB had lent more since Haiti's debt. Never saw that. My little one was messing about. But the initiative only cancelled loans made before 2005, and the IDB had lent more since. Haiti's debt to the IDB amount to approximately $500 million, with debt services payment projected by the IMF to increase in the following years. The US government has been paying this debt service on Haiti's behalf since before the quake. Now, why would America pay for them? I don't think it's from the goodness of their heart. Something just tells me that. I don't know why.
They're part of
I don't
America.
know what would make me think that.
Because they're part of America.
Okay. Interesting. But I just when I say that, King, I know America ain't doing nothing like that out of the goodness of their heart, right? So there must be something out there for them.
Following
the devastating effects of. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say that when a mother passes her assets to her child, think about it.
Yeah, but isn't Haiti the stepchild? They don't care about that child, do they?
America is the child.
Come. Just for clarity, who's the mother and who's the mother?
The child, isn't it?
Who is that? Come on, talk up the thing. You're in the motherland.
You know who the mother is.
Who's the mother? You're in the motherland right now. Who's the mother?
Exactly.
Who's the mother?
It's the mother. If this is the motherland, and then who's the child? Which is
Fire ban Elizabeth, man. Fire fear.
Think about it. Why in America you have England and then you have New England? It's the new world. America is the new world, isn't it? It's the child.
Yes, true. All right, I'll carry on. Following the devastating effects of the early 2010 earthquake in Haiti, there came renewed calls for a further debt cancellation from civil society groups. In light of the tragedy and new borrowing that lifted Haiti's debt back to 125 billion, groups such as the Jubilee Debt Campaign called for this debt to be dropped. Furthermore, during the aftermath, emergency money was offered to Haitian governments from the IMF in form of loans. Let me just carry on. Just keep calm. Civil society groups protested the offer of loans and not grants for such an already heavily indebted country trying to cope with such destruction. Some have argued, however, that because Haiti's annual debt service payments are so low, 9 million a year, net of the debt service paid on Haiti's behalf by the US government, cancelling the debt would do little to help the country recover from the earthquake and should not be a priority for activism. Some have argued, however, that because Haiti's annual debt service payments are so low, 9 million, net of the debt service paid on Haiti's behalf by the US, cancelling the debt would do little to help the country from recovering from the earthquake and should not be a priority for activism. Agence France Press reports on 26th of January 2010 that President Hugo Chavez and Venezuela said that Petrocable, I don't know these people, then Venezuela's cut rate regional energy alliance will forgive Haiti's debt. Venezuela, my God, I feel so sorry for this country. Haiti's debt with Venezuela is 295 million.
Wait, Kush. One second, Kush. 1 second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Did they just say that Venezuela basically said, allow it, Haiti? You're good.
Yes.
Is that what
Yes, it literally says here, Venezuela cut rate regionally energy alliance will forgive Haitians' debt. Look, Haitians' debt with Venezuela is 295
million.
Come on now.
About 1/4 of its foreign debt. Read on. About 1/4. That's a quarter of its foreign debt of 1.25 billion, according to the International Monetary Fund's (IMF) figures. This is what I am saying. Now, remember when we read earlier, they stopped them doing international trade, right? And the only person they could trade with was France. Somehow, poor Haiti has got a 295 million debt to Venezuela.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, right? Isn't Haiti a republic?
Is it? Hold on, let me go look. I know you lying.
Let me read on while sis looks into that. On the 28th of May 2010, the World Bank announced that it had waived Haiti's remaining debt to the bank. The value of the waiver was 36 million. That's 2010. So that's
stop,
when the
stop. Sis,
yep.
sorry to cut you. Sorry.
Go for
Breaking
it.
news. Breaking freaking news. This is new to me. Hold on, people. Sorry, sis. I don't mean to do this to you, yeah, but listen to this.
No, go ahead, sis.
Haiti is the second. Listen to my words, sis. Haiti is the second oldest republic in the Western Hemisphere, sis. After the United States. Though it won independence from France in 1804, Haiti did not receive US recognition until 1862, right? So that's 62 years later. 62 years exactly later, right? Following the 19-year occupation, US military forces were withdrawn in 1934 and Haiti regained sovereign rule. So Haiti has been republic, and it's the second oldest republic after the United States. How are they still in this fucking ridiculous, excuse my French, too early. How are they in this ridiculous debt so much?
Oh, did Barbados become a republic?
Yeah, just a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's what we were talking
But
about.
one thing we got to underline here is that they're two different countries, like two different mothers, you get me? Obviously, Haiti's mummy was France, and England and Barbados, you get me, it's England. So,
but remember, they're still sticking to the Commonwealth. Who's the head of the Commonwealth?
Sis, that don't mean that. And St. Lucia's mummy was also, sis, St. Lucia's mummy was also France. And your point?
No, I'm just making the difference between, because remember was initially speaking about the comparison between, I mean, in terms of Jamaica and that, but Jamaica is a thingy bobby of England and Barbados. But what we're speaking about here is a French connection. I was only just highlighting that still.
Yeah, but the Haitian is not really.
Can we also break down what it is to be a republic country? Like, what does that actually mean?
Yeah, I need to understand what that means. What is the benefits of being a republic, and what is the pitfalls? I need to understand.
Yeah.
Where is? Yeah,
if you could get that lined up, sis, I don't mind reading that out after.
If anyone's listening to me, and anyone can get a hold of Shakara right now, I beg someone call for Shakara. I beg, because I need him right now with Terry. Like this, I need someone to help me understand this.
See if it's about.
I need Shakara today, or even the system. Also, we need one of them.
Someone Google what a republic is, so we can line that up to read after, because then it'll make more sense in regards to what Terry and the sisters are saying. Okay, so where was we? Okay, so the World Bank has announced that they had waived Haiti's debt of 36 million. You might want to scroll a bit for me, sis, if you can. In 2005, France forgave the 77 million in modern day debt unrelated to independence. Oh my God. So do you remember when we found out that they were independent in 1804, and what was it, 20 years later or 10 years later, they gave them a debt. Now they're saying in 2005, they gave them a debt to compensate the poor little slave owners, And then now we're finding out that in 2015, France forgave the 77 million in modern day debt unrelated to the independence. I don't know if that means that's unrelated to the additional debt that they put on them to pay back the slaves. In 2004, the Haitian government demanded that France repay Haiti for millions of dollars paid between 1825 and 1947. Boom. As compensation for the property loss of French slaveholders and landowners as a result of the slaves' freedom. In 2015, the French government rejected this demand, as well as any reparations in general. And this is why France that's why they hated, these, was it Francophone country in Africa? That's why they hated, they're the worst. Just scroll down a bit, sis, before I start ranting up in here and forgetting that I'm on live. This is so shocking.
Yeah, I think we need the end.
Thanks, Miss Amelia. Republic means you have your own head of state and not monarchy. Okay.
That's the end of that article, sister.
That was
You
a
get
really good
emails.
article, sis.
That's
Huh?
madness.
That's a really good article. Thanks for that, sis.
Yeah, it's definitely eye-opening. That's a fact, man. And if
And it's
anything,
But to
understanding how they
learn
got into
between
this
all of that
situation.
they're the second oldest republic, but look at the state of them in comparison. This is terrible.
But when it says it is, but when you say that you're a public, it means you have your own head of state and not monarchy. What does that mean in reality? What does
Basically,
that mean tangibly
the
for a country?
people who are the people of the country, they elect who they want to represent the election. Do you have the same basically like prime minister kind of thing? You elect who, instead of having a monarchy, you would have a prime minister or a president, as they say in America, you know, and that person basically will represent the country and the people. But the thing is, how does that now affect the right? So say for instance they elected, I don't know, me or Kushty or Nine tomorrow as president or prime minister, however they're gonna have it, over there. Cool. I'm guessing it's gonna be prime minister, okay? How does that person now salvage, or that party salvage, the debt that is owed? Like, so Barbados still is in debt, right? That ain't gone nowhere. How are they gonna fix the debt problems that they have? What does that entail? What does being republic mean? Does the debt go higher? Does it go lower? Does it stay stagnant? Does it disappear? That we need to understand, what does this being republic do? How is it benefiting them? I need Shakara
when
now,
listening
man.
to you, if it's not the monarchy, which is you can see why it's a good thing, right? But where a country, 8 hours, 9 hours away in England, they can't dictate what goes on in your country. So you're free from that. You have your own leader. Okay, that's calm. I can understand the benefits of that, why that's necessary. Because obviously like Britain, for example, is only going to act on Britain's own interest, and they clearly don't care about these so-called colonies that they have, because they wouldn't be in the problems they are having, and they wouldn't be in so much debt when a natural disaster, i.e. something that's nothing that they can control, can't call corruption or nothing like that, you wouldn't just let it weather away, and then the only option they've got is to borrow with some stupid interest rates where they're remaining in debt forever. So now some queen or king in England can't dictate everything that goes on in this one country. The decisions are now made by this one person that all the country elects. Fair play. And I think
So it's
that's
what we
why
see going on in America today now. You see when they elect and they have the elections every 4 years and whatever, and they run, it'll be basically them having that same kind of play going on in right. But what does that mean for the debt? Because we can see America still is in debt. They owe how much to the Chinese?
Okay, and someone said republic don't affect debt, right? It don't, because obviously we're just talking about the exchange of leaderships. But when I don't know if we've gone through that now, but when the lady was elected in Barbados, she did set stuff up, right? Like what I was saying to you before, I know that she met with leaders in Africa and said that we need to start setting up our own ecosystem. And the more we read into this, we can understand why this is so necessary. Now we can understand why it was a big push for her. And that's why I was asking, when these countries go into republic from a monarchy or whatever has changed, has had them in chains, one of the first things that they should be negotiating with these countries as gestures of good faith, debt, showing that you forgive, is to scrap the debt.
Thanks. That's what I will put at the top of the list.
Give us a chance.
What's the point of being
give us a chance
free?
to breathe.
My thing is this, yes, I'm looking at it from a different point. I'm just looking at it from a layman's terms point of view. What's the point of being free? What's the point of having rulership and your people control what's going on when you still have a debt of cloud hanging over your head? So you've got you can now choose things, you can make moves, you don't need to answer to nobody. That's all good. Clap, clap, clap. Big up to the Caribbeans for getting some of these countries on and popping. But in the terms of financial, economical stamp, it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. And I'm thinking, how do we get rid of it? It's the debt. I'm more focused on the financial point of view, the economical point of view. And I want to know, how are we going to get rid of all these debts across the islands? Where are these debts going? What's happening?
And I think...
I know, Teza, you're making me feel so much better today. I'm not even going to front. You're making me feel so damn good.
Yeah.
because
We can't think
as long
like
as-
that. And that's
as
not
long
even
as-
Cesar. That's because he woke up and the sky wasn't shining. That's not normally his mentality. I think
because
it's just the
as
British
long as
weather.
we
He just woke
as
up
long
and
as we
damn.
as long as we deal with the European currency, we'll never get out of it. That's as
I
simple
was
as it
kind of
is.
saying, but I didn't want to start a new rabbit hole. But it would be interesting to see if they would start doing some sort of cryptocurrency or something like that to help them out or something like that. But that's a whole different rabbit hole. But you know, it'd be good to find out what she set up, because I know she was doing a lot of speeches, but I could never get the time to really listen to all of them. And the things that she was setting out, you could see she was moving towards an independence, and she didn't care. She was saying it very clearly. She was polite, but she was saying very clearly what she wanted, and she wanted these countries to come together. Certain countries to
woman are
come
you talking
together
about?
and start moving accordingly.
Who are you
Sorry,
talking about? Who are you talking about?
I forgot her name. Is it Prime Minister, new Prime Minister of Barbados?
Oh, I know the woman you're talking about, Kushty. I'm going to get her name up now. Hold on.
What, the Prime Minister from Barbados?
Yeah.
The only way they're going to get out of it is, but she has to play, it's a chess game, innit? But she has to not go into that. If she goes into that Commonwealth, they're still trapped.
But they're not currently in the Commonwealth at the moment.
Yeah, they are.
They are? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, they want to remove themselves. But then if you remove yourself, you become isolated as a republic, because then who are you going to trade with?
Well, this is what I mean. I shouldn't have to be under any kind of colony, or if you, a new word for it is your commonwealth. What's common? Who's the common people that are getting this wealth? That's all the rubbish anyway. You know what happens with that. If I independently want to set up trade with you, Terry, you're America, I'm Barbados. I don't have to have you owning me in order to do that. Okay, thank you. I knew this was Miss Amelia's topic, kiddo. Big up, sis. Me and
the thing is, though, I think that they've been strategically planning for this for a long time. You see what I'm saying to you? Because remember, they muted it. Definitely. They said, I think in the report, that they had been muting it from the 90s. You know what I'm saying to you? And they'd probably been working towards that. You know what I mean? But I heard Terry mention something about trade and that.
Can I just cut in to say, when you finish talking, can you play that video in the back for us? It's just a short thing that I see Brother Shakara put up. So when you lot are done. Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah, as long as it's not copyrighted and all that type of nonsense.
No, you're good.
I don't think that they're gonna have I don't think that they have any trade agreement problems, Tessa, from them removing themselves personally. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think
so. Now let's look at it like this: you produce bananas. Where does the bananas go?
Yeah, but in the case of Jamaica.
Yeah, but let's look at in a Caribbean country. You produce bananas. Where's the bananas gonna go?
Yeah, agreed. That's why.
Okay. So who's going to transport that?
No, but listen. I'm in total agreement, right? You get what I'm saying to you? Because one of the things that the different islands need to do is diversify. You get me? So I know you're giving an analogy of farming and whatever, and I understand the analogy that you're making, right? Because at the end of the day, it's about being able to export your having a bigger market, right? Because we were speaking about trade.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, what I found interesting in the report was that not only do they deal with tourism, which obviously we all know, but they diversified into finance. You know what I'm saying to you? And that's where I think they still.
This is why I think that's what sets them.
But that's what I'm saying, though.
I definitely agree with what
finance companies are involved. Which finance companies are involved?
But brother, this is why I think Barbados. Sorry, I just want to quickly say, I like the back and forth you sort of having, but this is why I agree with Brother Terry, why it's different, because Barbados, they have that thing where they have that offshore banking, right? They do differently. Remember, like what Naya said, all the other Caribbean countries, they mainly focus on tourism. That's their main form of income. And I can understand why that would make you a bit hesitant to piss off the people who you're getting your tourism from, right? Because most of their tourism are from the same countries that are indebted to them, ironically. Barbados, Little England, right? So we already know you're one of their favorites. And then on top of that, all of these multimillionaires can do their offshore banking in there. So I get I don't want to use this analogy that you bite the hand that feeds you, right? Because technically they should not be feeding them anymore. But I don't think she's dumb to think that I still need to keep a level of a good relationship with these people, because we've seen what they've done to Haiti. Blatantly, in what we just read, cut off any form of aid, stop them from trading with anyone else. So we see in the powers.
That's what I was saying to Sis earlier, that they don't get help, Sis. That's what I meant when I said from the beginning statement that they don't get help. They're just like cut off and told to just get on with it.
And we can see when we read, we find out that's crippling to a country. You don't have to be big in politics to understand how that could have a big impact in a country, yet alone its people, yet alone the poorest. 50% of trading, I want a 50% discount, and that little 50% you get, you've got to feed your country and pay back debt. It's understandable how Haiti is where it is. But with Barbados, not only do they have the tourism, not only you're the gem, but now you're getting offshore banking coming through there. Money
and God only knows how much Rihanna herself, Rihanna alone, remember she's elected as heroine now, but Rihanna herself, how much did she put into Barbados? So we're not checking the levels, like, come on now.
But okay, what is the percentage of tourists? Which tourist comes to Barbados, and what is the percentage?
British tourists. Yeah, definitely British. Little England.
So if they divert themselves away from it and find somewhere else, how are they going to recover from tourism?
Yeah, but why? What I'm trying to understand is, why would they have to diverse away from them, bro? All they're saying is that I don't want you to be my mummy and daddy anymore, but I'm still willing to work with you as an equal. Yeah, you want bananas? This is the price.
So that's the trick. You join the Commonwealth, and we'll be in alliance with you.
Okay, well they're already in the Commonwealth, aren't they? You said, like you said to me. So I guess that's probably why they're staying in there, right? And that's what I think that's where I was getting to.
Problem they have, because majority of Caribbean islands do not really have a sufficient amount of, put this way, even in forms of defense. Their army are very small.
Yeah.
So now you're a Republican, you're on your own. So you have to defend yourself. But who are you going to help to defend you?
The other islands,
and
them.
This is
they have
what
to all
I'm
come
talking
together.
about.
The other islands, them have to all come together.
Exactly. Now,
make a Caribbean
exactly.
union.
Now,
and that we are chat about.
But that's where the problem is. Like in Africa, the same problem. Because of the two different types of people that have got themselves involved, which is the English and the French, and they don't get on.
Yeah.
People have taken on that same narrative of not getting on together. So like in Cameroon, you have one side of Cameroon that is the English, and you have one side of that is the French, and they are warring against each other because they don't have the same ideology.
Which is such a shame. So in hindsight, they're inheriting their slave masters' beef amongst each other. That's basically what they're doing.
It's a psychological thing. They have to be psychologically. Absolutely. They have to take the British mindset out of their system. That is very difficult, especially Barbados.
And not to mention the different language. Look at the language barrier. French and English.
The British, what the
and
British
this
love.
Is why.
That's what I'm saying, though. When it comes to Barbados, even within the Caribbean islands, I think that Barbados is quite a special case. You see what I'm saying? Because Barbados is Little England. Yeah. And what I think's happened is this year, because I'm listening, I'm pennying certain things. Yeah. Barbados sold quite a lot of its land already. And when I say that, like, because I remember one time I went to Barbados. Huh?
Do you know to who? The Brits.
No, but this is what I'm gonna come and try and say, right? So one, Jamaica, like Barbados is a small island, as we've already noticed, yeah. Just 200,000 in terms of population. Just what I'm saying to you. That's probably less of the population where in the borough that I live. You know what I'm saying to you?
So, and it's a very small island as well, yeah. So it's not even a big island in that. All right, then cool. And I'm saying
they don't get no national disasters.
They don't get national disasters. But what I'm saying is in Barbados, a lot of the people that, like, say the Europeans that own the land, yeah. Let me try to say this. Say a lot of superstars own the land in Barbados, right? And I'm saying that they're sort of invested in the island as well, yeah. Compared to somewhere like Jamaica, get me, where there's many different people sharing the little one island. You know what I'm saying to you? So even if you look at tourism in Jamaica and you were to compare it to America, I think America might have just like American owners, Bayesian owners. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Whereas in Jamaica, you've got the whole array of people that have invested into the country, then, for want of a better word. I'm not explaining myself very well, but in my head, it's as clear as pie. But I'm just trying to say that Barbados is a special case and that they put themselves in a prime position to be able to make this move, you know what I'm saying to you, and come out in a better way than, say, Haiti did and whatever, because they've definitely got their ducks lined up already. And if anyone's going to go and follow what they're doing, the first thing they have to do is put their ducks in a line. You know what I'm saying to you? And then when we think about Jamaica now...
Go on.
Yeah, because I'm saying...
Definitely, I was agreeing.
Compare it to Jamaica now. Right now, Jamaica's got too many rulers, too many chiefs.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And one thing about Barbados, yeah, as much as it sickened me, like they were a very proud nation. They were very... Although they're little England, but they're little England Barbados. You get me? Not little England Barbados and China, or little England Barbados and
exactly.
Little England Barbados. That's it. You know what I'm saying to you? And my work with it, man. Sorry,
no, it's true what you're saying. Because even when we're looking at Haiti now, how many people have we seen already involved? France, America, Venezuela, 295 million. So Venezuela, you know.
So if Barbados has a problem, when Barbados has a problem, how many people are going to get involved in Barbados?
England.
The whole Commonwealth.
Beforehand, are you talking about now that they're a republic?
Because if they're not, they don't have a problem at the moment, and that's what's keeping them going, because it's classed as a tourist place. It's not, and some of the produce, but the produce, you have to see the corporate companies who are controlling that produce. Talk less of where do they get their money from? They've been loaning money, because remember, a country has to survive, so it has to get some forms of currency. So who are they getting currency from? Because that's who they're going to be allegiance with. So in the surface, as I said, it's all good, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of things going on. Because remember, this is a chess game. And England is playing.
I said that though, Tessa. I said that from the beginning. I'm saying that and that's basically, I've said the same thing but with a different way. I said, what does it mean now to become Republican? Is it beneficial? How would it affect us long term? Are we thinking 20, 30, 50, 100 years ahead? Like, is it going to be, what are the positives and what are the pitfalls? Like, we need to look into this before we jump up and say, don't get me wrong, I'm jumping up regardless and say, that's where my backside, that's how I went.
I was going to say, I think it's a good first step.
It's definitely a first step. Economically, we need to think smart now. Wagwan.
And that's why she's going for that. That's why you hear her speech.
I think it's a good thing for Barbados, because Barbados have put themselves in the position, you get me, where they can accommodate.
But then are they? Let's put it in a certain way. Are they putting themselves in a position of being in an alliance with the UK?
But that's what I'm saying, no, Tessa. They're still in an alliance, man, because Charles already said that regardless of whatever, you know what I mean? I'm a people them goods.
Yeah, but then when you're bringing that closeness, where do you start? Where do you stand? Are you there for the people, or are you there for the money, or are you there in forms of cooperating with the British as an intelligence? Because intelligence is key.
Yeah, but Brother Terry, I think it's
how
a good step.
How many times have we been shattered as black people? And
Brother Terry,
go on.
What I'm trying to say is, we can all agree it's a good first step that she's gotten that. Yeah. Now, there's only so much one person could do in one term or in one lifetime, and we're seeing the history of how far it's gone back. But I think the first step is to do that. Now, if you make your decisions based on fear, you're going to stay in the same situation. If you base your decisions saying, well, what if we have a national disaster? What if we need an army? What if we need more income? Then you're always going to be going to daddy, right? Or mummy. You need to be able to learn how to do this yourself. And what she's saying is that she's not, from what I'm gathering when I'm reading up on her, is that she's not trying to break ties with them, you know. She's just saying, you ain't gonna rule us no more. I'm happy to do trade with you. And I think as well, the reason why Barbados is different is because, remember, I keep going back to this because this is something that's fourth of the first most important thing to Europeans, and that's their money. We're talking about money that their country can't tax them on, right? They could get their money, huh?
But ask yourself the question, does it benefit the black people of that land?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I do.
Yeah, Tessa.
Because at the end of the day, like I said, you can't make your decision on fear. So either we come to the fact that we're always going to be under these people's rule because we need them, or you go the independence route and you start looking for self. Period. Now, the first part is going to be hard. It's going to be teeth in pains, of course. And she's the first person to do that. So she's got a lot of eyes watching her, a lot of cynical eyes watching her, probably more from her own than anyone outside. People from outside waiting for them to drop so they can use them as an example, like they do Liberia and America, yeah? And what happened in Africa and the leaders and all that. They love to use these people as examples. So I'm not saying that people are not waiting for them to fall, but what is the other alternative is to sit back and remain their children or go out for self. Now, the reason why I think Barbados is going to be okay is because you cannot do Barbados like you did Haiti, because number one, you're invested in it, like we've all just said. The biggest investors in Britain, and they're getting their money. And remember, money is important to these people. More than anyone else, it's money. Yeah. Money was the reason of slavery. You subjugated the whole people, right? So if I know that money that I make in Britain, I don't have to pay tax to my own country, right? So they're invading their own country and put it in an offshore bank in Barbados. You're not going to mess with that. The people who've set that up are not these normal common people. They're people in big establishment with big money who have got invested interest for at least them to not fall as bad as Haiti. And I think she's thinking like you, and that's why she's going to places in Africa. That's why she's going to other Caribbean countries saying, we must move forward together, because she's preempting that, yes, if I have a national disaster, if they do start to infiltrate, I'm going to need support. And instead of just saying, okay, let me just stick with Britain and make it good in Britain and kiss their ass, let me have another allegiance that I could go to and have a form of defense with. Where it's
listen carefully. A lot of other countries have been Republican. A lot of countries have had it. The new format of controlling someone is to have a president or a prime minister. The ruler of kingship is what's been removed, not the ruler of political government. Political government is a total different ballgame, and that's why they will put puppets within these situations. Now that they can have a prime minister or a president, now if she falls out of line, they can remove her and put someone else there.
Someone else in, and put all the blame on her. We've seen it. You're right.
It's not about the fair. What I'm saying is that as long as the people within that community are doing well, then that's what my problem is, because it still goes into the wealthy's hand. The wealthy. Yeah,
but bro, how well are they doing now as a republic? We've seen, we know the garrisons, we know the ghettos, we know the shanty towns. They're not doing brilliant as a republic as it stands now. They're just barely doing. They're just barely getting by.
This is my point. And the point that is that we need to concentrate on our people. The more we concentrate on our people and develop our people, then we can produce the right people for the job. But if we don't,
I hear you.
What happens is
so you don't think that Mia Motley's do you have not doubts, but are you watching Mia Motley? What do you think of her then? What do you think of her? What do you think her narrative is?
As I said, whatever her narrative is fine. It's like what I used to say about the Nigerian president. When they put a president, the president will give you all the wishes of political stances of telling you
they'll
going
talk sweet to
do
you.
that.
Yeah.
But as soon as that president opens up the bank, the country's vaults, it becomes a different ball game, because that kind of money is where it becomes dangerous. So it's depending on who is controlling it and how they're dealing with and what countries they're dealing with. So, but what I'm saying is, regardless of that situation, the people on top, I'm talking about the people on the bottom. If you're making them self-sufficient, then that means the people on the bottom start to get educated. And if the people on the bottom get educated, then you're seeing a difference. But if the people on the bottom are not getting educated, it's still going to be someone they're going to pull from anywhere where they can able to put as a puppet.
No, definitely. And I think with that, and I agree with that, we've seen that in history. I'm just saying that with Barbados, we can only wait and see. We can only monitor this closely and see what she does, if she utilizes her strength amongst the other Caribbean countries, and if she does do for the people. But I am, you know me, Terry. Yeah, I can't help but to be hopeful, and the way that she's actively doing. And she's actively going to, like, she went to the African Congress, and you know, she was in the Zoom, and she was just saying, you know, if only we weren't restricted by COVID, I could hug you as my brother and my sisters. We can move forward. Her language, bro. Her language is her language is different.
Yeah, but it's like the African nations. Who developed the African nations?
Yeah, well, that's why I never said the African Union. You see me stop my words there, right?
Yeah.
She was talking to the president, to the leaders, and Terry, listen, I'm not in doubt with what you're saying there. History has shown it. You're right. But what I'm saying is, if anyone can do it, Barbados can be the beacon. Yeah, exactly. And I think Barbados can be the beacon if they do it well. And you know, it's like with anything with our people, right? We stop. We watch, we observe, and if you're doing well, then we'll jump on it.
Yeah, but
I'm thinking that's what will be the case with the other countries.
That's the biggest problem of our people. We watch and we're looking for that savior, but the problem is that we need to take action as a people, not.
And that's what she's trying to tell them. That's what she's trying to galvanize them to say. Like, we need to start. And I agree with you. You're right. And this is what I'm saying. To me, it's a great step, because you're now having to step out for yourself, right? You don't have no mummy and daddy there. But whether or not she does what she says, we can only watch. But what I'm seeing of her now, the way that she's pushing for that kind of independence, the fact that she's not just being independent and sitting on her morals, she's now going, having these meetings, trying to seriously build alliances with African nations, i.e. trade and things like that, right? And the other Caribbean countries.
But hasn't Barbados already got their independence anyway?
I'm talking about them moving to a
republican
from or whatever to
a republic. Yeah. Sorry, not republican, a republic. But moving to a republic, but they still have already got their independence, haven't they?
Yeah, but we know what independence really means.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is so it's the same format of names, of giving them an official that we're not tied to the Queen, but then we might swap our masters.
No, I hear you, and that goes back to what me and Lady D and everyone's been saying. Now you're a republic. What does that mean? Do you know what I mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say. A republic, to become a republic, is because you becoming an independent country. You do not sign to alliance with any. But what that does is that it opens up the door to who you lean on. So whoever you lean on becomes that master behind the scenes. Because if another country comes along, let's say China comes along and gives them a whole heap of money, they're now indebted to China.
But this is why I am either not getting.
Yo, Terry, you're not making me feel good. You're not. Listen, be a bit more hopeful, Fred. No, we are talking on the people there. Welcome to you.
No. What I'm trying to say is that we need to look from the grassroots up. We need to look at.
But isn't that what she's doing, though, bro? Don't you think that's what she's trying to do?
No, because it's all publicity.
Yeah, but bro, you can't say that. Brother.
Are we happy with the politics around the world at this moment?
No country is happy with the politics around the world, though. Come on.
Yes, exactly my
Yeah,
point.
but Terry, no country's happy, but some countries are still flourishing better than the likes of Haiti and some countries in Africa and some countries in the Caribbean.
But that's the image. That the wealthy are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, and it's getting worse.
No, but I hear that.
So we need to push the narrative of the people. The people need to start talking up. Regardless.
Well, I mean,
that's why I don't fall for them politicians. Them politicians, they will put it on the TV. Yeah, yeah, happy. Yeah, we got Rihanna. We might get Jay-Z next week. Yeah, let's celebrate. But the real factor is because even when I went back home and I actually looked at it, and I actually even went to the grassroots where I went to a special needs school and see what's happening there. I felt sick because the way that man is spending money on the top is ridiculous.
I know. I can imagine, brother, especially seeing it with your own side. So I can understand where you're coming from it when you just come from the grounds, and I understand why, and it makes sense why you're talking about that. The people need to be able to feel that and get something out of that, and having a better sense of life. What I'm saying to you is,
the ice is gonna break, and I'm telling you, when that ice breaks, I'm telling you, there's gonna be a mass madness.
I mean, the writings is on the wall for this country anyway. If you can't see that, then you're blind. Do you know what I mean? That's definite, and I agree with you there. But with this woman, I'm not saying that.
You know what? I congratulate them for their achievements all day long, and I mean, it's an achievement. They've become a Republican, but for me personally, as I said, we have to look at our own people and what's happening to our people, because nothing has changed. Well, it's like we're going back into time instead of going forward.
Yeah, but the only way to help the people on a large scale is their leaders through the leadership, correct? Now you've gotten rid of the king and the queen who don't give a damn about you. Yeah.
But hold on, but whether the king or queen is there or not, what's the difference?
Okay, so in air quotes, you've elected one of your own, air quotes, right? She's a Barbadian. You've elected one of your own, right?
Isn't Jamaica got their own?
Yeah, but I'm not focusing on Jamaica right now, bro.
No, I'm just saying an example. I'm giving it an example.
No, I hear you, bro. But come on, you gotta give a little bit of grace to our people, bro. We just read from Haiti, the crap that they're into, and that's just Haiti. We know that all these other countries are in very similar scenarios with these people.
Mm-hmm. And Tess, you got to also put into perspective the president or prime minister, whatever she want to be, she's gonna also look at where Haiti went wrong, how Haiti got to the position there, and she's gonna try to avoid all those pitfalls. You learn from your mistakes.
You gotta remember, we look.
No, I said to you, I understand the whole scenario. I don't believe in politicians, and I never will be. So
so how is it gonna run in this day and age, bro? So this thing about let's keep it to Barbados, right?
Mm-hmm.
Barbados has elected their own. Yeah, she's not just sat down. From what I've seen, she's not kissed ass. If there's anyone who can give evidence that's a bit worrying, please bring it in. No one's trying to be biased. I don't hear her worship. Sorry, bro.
I said she just began her term. So
exactly. Okay. So then, bro, stop there. So then, all of that what you're saying on her, you can't put on her yet. Although we know that this is the consistency we see, we can't put that on her that yet because she hasn't done none of that yet. So she's just got an intern, and thus far from just getting an intern, look what she's trying to establish. Look what she's trying to set up. What I'm saying is different than what I've seen from Jamaica. Okay. Right?
Jamaica. Let's use South Africa for example. Yeah, South Africa have got their own presidency. They've got their black organization and whatsoever. But who runs South Africa?
Yeah, but bro, that's what I'm saying. I would never use. But bro, you can use 90% of our countries as an example to what you're saying, which is, and that's why no one can sit here and say that what you're saying ain't facts, especially because you've come from it and you've seen the devastation. That's why you're so absolute in it, and I get it. But all I'm trying to say is that they've elected a new person of one of their own. They've gotten rid of the royals, yeah? And now what she is actively doing, bro, is she's going to these countries and talking about trade. She's talking about building an alliance.
Yeah, and most of the people some of the people that she's talking to are in alliance with France and England.
That's fine, but that's got nothing to do with her. What she ain't going to talk to them about what they're doing with their country and their alliances. She's talking to them about an alliance with her and themselves.
Yeah, of course.
Whatever you do with that other, whatever they do with that other.
But that's what I said. Intelligence. Intelligence is like, for instance, how the Chinese were able to get to the position they were was to able to use their Chinese diasporans, because their Chinese diasporans was their intelligence.
Yeah. No, I hear you. No, definitely.
So these are, as I said, you have to be careful how you play your chess game. As I said,
okay, fair play, and like I said, the first move has not even been done. They've just set up the chess table, the board. Do you know what I mean?
But what I'm saying is,
the first play ain't even been played. So
but all this has already been pre-planned. This was supposed to be on the tables a long time ago. They already organized this. This is why now they've announced it. It was already doing what it is, because what is the Queen doing anyway? She ain't doing nothing. But all she's
big up, sis Melanated. I hope you could jump on this early morning. I know it's early morning for you, so it's early, but I hope you can get into this conversation here, you know, Melanated. Yeah. So, but quickly, Terry, 9. Would you be able to play that?
I'm not looking at the chat.
Oh yeah, she wasn't looking. She was talking. 9. Would you be able to quickly play that little clip for Shakira for us to help us get a bit more, a different perspective or a different insight? And then we'll come back to the conversation that Kushty and Tezza's having now, because it's a part of that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it, Kushty, Shakira short thing, but we want to just play it to give a little bit more to the people there, and then we'll come back to the subject matter. I don't think 9's there, Tarati Judge. I don't even think she's there. I think I'm talking to myself.
No, she's hold on.
Sorry, I had to run down. All right, hold on a sec. Calm down.
You want to go get some herbs and spices, yeah? Are you still cooking that chicken?
You mean, man? My new thing is beef long ribs. Don't
man, we can't eat the beef, man.
Well, Triller, is that you? Hold on a sec. That can't be Triller, because I don't know what. Triller's a bit too early, innit? You know what? Let me behave myself. 1 second, family, before I flop my show. Hold on a second, man. Hello?
Jump up, sis, Melanated Goddess. Come true.
Who's that?
That's dangerous.
Melanated, we're talking about Barbados under independence and what does it mean to be republic? How does that benefit us in the future if all the Caribbean islands was to go that route? What about the debt that's old? How do we basically better ourselves and become self-sufficient? That's what we're discussing.
Yeah. Oh, at least.
Listen to the Queen in the background. Hey.
Right. Triller, say something if that's you, man.
Try to debate.
Triller! Back in 10 minutes. Oh, what
he said back in 10 minutes. Check the
Wait, this ain't Asian discussion right now. What does Triller want to do?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to ask.
We'll do that next week. Or later on. All
right, let me
let's have our iPad plan for the morning. A Melanated Goddess was talking about initially the Barbados becoming a republic or democratic. I forgot the word. And now we're just talking about the positives and the negatives towards it. And I think because Brother Riggs has just come from the continent, I think he's seen firsthand. And
I don't know. He's normally more optimistic, like what Lady did Sewage. We're asking for a bit of, grace, but what he's saying is hard to disagree with. He's saying things that we've seen history of.
Oh,
I'm
I
just saying
understand that. I get it. Sis,
yeah,
for me
no,
personally,
definitely.
I get the fact that we're gonna think like that because our mind is basically trained to think like that by histories. You understand?
Examples of
we've
it.
got to start thinking a bit more positive and get positive and make positive energy in that flow so we can get better I guess results. Come on now. Let's play this.
And I think as well, just before you press play, on back of what Lady D said, I think there's something to do, and this kind of combines with Terry, but there's something to do with people pressure, right? So if you start pushing out a narrative of what you expect to see, right? What you expect, the people constantly saying, "Well, this is what we want now." It's trending, you know what I mean? Because they do look at that stuff. Yeah, just look at SARS, for example, what happened in Nigeria, right? So if the people are moving this message and moving in this way that I expect to see this now, this is getting boring now, we want it this way, we want it that way, I think that does have an influence. If we just say, oh, this is just going to be another something, then they'll just make it another something, and then they'll expect us to sit back and just roll our eyes, kiss our teeth, and get on with it. But I think if we start moving accordingly, and like what Brother Terry said, with intelligence, and say, okay, now that she's in this position, what do we want to see better? And if the people of Barbados start moving in that way, she'll have political pressure. The people that she's serving will start talking up. And if she doesn't, then it'll be clear. It's like a light shining on corruption, right? You're moving towards someone else's interest. It's clearly not your people. So, you know what I mean? I think something to said about being positive and highlighting what you want, where you want it to go, and start moving accordingly and be loud about it. I think there's something to say about that. So that people power is a real thing. You know what I mean? And I do believe, as Terry said, that education's key. But I do believe if we get someone in leadership like how she's talking now, and she moves accordingly, it can be a beacon. She can just be, because it just takes one, unfortunately. And if she does it well, the rest might follow. But anyway, that's my little rant. Sorry,
big facts, sis. Big up for that talk there. Put some energy out there. It's like, yes, I want the feminine energy, that we are chat about. But anyway, let's hear what another brother is going to say. Come on, King. Let's hear it.
As head of state, in and of itself, never end the neocolonial system. But you can't end the neocolonial system if Elizabeth II remains the head of state. And with that said, we want to big up the people them of Barbados, in particular, the grassroots Pan-African activists who we know have been campaigning for this for decades. Yeah, big up yourself, people of Barbados. We hope that the rest of the island them follow suit. We hope that this brings us together closer in unity to manifest some political and economic power in the world. Ashe, ashe, ashe.
Hey. You have to do a little
wind up himself.
Hey.
All right, I'm gonna play it again, because I think there may have been an echo because I didn't mute. So let me just quickly play it again, if I can. Hold on. Oh shit! Hold on.
Removing Elizabeth II as head of state, in and of itself, never end the neocolonial system. But you can't end the neocolonial system if Elizabeth II remains the head of state. And with that said, we want to big up the people them of Barbados, in particular, the grassroots Pan-African activists who we know have been campaigning for this for decades. Yeah, big up yourself, people of Barbados. We hope that the rest of the island them follow suit. We hope that this brings us together closer in unity to manifest some political and economic power in the world. Ashe, ashe, ashe. Removing Elizabeth II as head of state in and of itself, now going to end the neo-colonial system.
9. You catch it? Yeah, good. First of all, bless up, God of Jacob. We see you in the thing. We better if you jumped on the panel because maybe you might have another, I don't know, insight or something that you might want to bring to the conversation. So that's the first thing. Secondly, I want you lot to recognize what. Yeah, he's in the chat. Secondly, I want you lot to understand what Shakara is saying. So he's basically making it very clear in it, and he's saying, listen, removing the Queen as head of state ain't gonna change the system. You understand? It's not gonna change anything. But he also went on to say he wants, it's a good thing for this to happen, and the other Caribbean islands need to follow suit. But my question is then, okay, yes, we want to remove the powers that be that had, the mummies and the pappies over us and all them something there. But my thing is financially, I want to know when these agreements are broken, they decide to become Republican, they want to get dash with them people there and fireburn, yes? You mean? How does that financially, economically affect us? Is there any agreements made? Is there no? Because how is would you hear about Venezuela offering to wipe away that 295 million debt?
Yeah.
Of Haiti. Right. How were these deals brokered? How would these things come up? I want to explore this more because I want to know why can't the rest of the island them dash where they're debt? Why are they still in all these billions and billions of pounds in debt? This is ridiculous.
And that's why I said as soon as she got elected, that should have been the first talking point. Because who knows what happens in her first or second term? They could be like, well, you've just created your own debt or this, that, and the other. She just come into this. So she could have negotiated that she could have tried. We don't know, right? But I'm saying that, in my opinion, just going in and you're instigating the release of these people, their hold over you, this would have probably have been the time to have said, yo, you're gonna wipe that as well. Give us a chance to breathe. Give us a chance to actually try and do something. But
as Born Rich would say, take your damn foot off our necks. That's what Born Rich would say. Literally, yeah.
Literally, so, and like what my fellow Pan-African said, having one person as your head of state doesn't stop neo-colonialism, doing it single-handedly, but you can't be free being under them. So they've done the first step, which kind of ties in with what Terry said as well, right? But that was probably a more of an optimistic version that Shakara said, right? So yes, okay, we've got a new head, and like what Lady's been saying, we've got the new head, but what's going to happen now? And we can only watch and see. We can only watch and see. We can look, and the good thing about what Terry said, we've seen the history. So if we see her going down these lines and stuff like that, which we've seen before, then we know what it is. But we can only wait and see for her. And I hope that she does something better. But with your question going forward, what do I think in regards to debt? I can't see a way for them getting out unless they wipe it. Unless there's a big reset, they have to get it wiped. And we're talking about billions. We ain't even talking about millions. We're talking about billions.
Hold on, let me go back again. Let me see if I can still got
and the thing is, when I read the thing, they've actually been paying back something like 9 million a year.
Crazy.
That's what I'm saying.
Crazy.
Going into their own country. So they've got the money. They can produce the money somewhat, right? 9 million. Imagine if they kept that 9 million a year, like what Terry said, reinvested in them, in their own people, look after the poorest, the disabled, educational system, make it so the wages are better, so you're not getting a drain leak. So when
produce more work, you understand? Yeah. The farmers then farm.
Yeah, but wait.
Subsidize your farmers, man.
Wait. But all right, because we still have to be realistic and truthful, yeah. Now we read the IMF report, right, and we read through some of the shortcomings of Jamaica, for example, yeah. Now, we have to remember, before Barbados was a tourism place, Jamaica was lit, as we read before, yeah. Remember, we was going through it. They said that they had high rates of employment, this, that, and the other, yeah. And then there was a plateau, yeah. And then they started to speak about the management of the. What? Can you not hear a bell?
Yeah, we can hear it, sis. But yeah, I know what you're talking about.
What the friggin' hell is it, man? I
You've
need
got
to.
an alarm set somewhere.
So, what was it?
I hear what I'm saying to you, but I understand what you're saying, sis, because it did say 3
I don't understand
decades.
what she's trying to say. She was on a roll, but I don't get it. Can you break it
Well,
down?
what she's saying, because she's saying, like, remember, we understand, say, Jamaica got the independence in 1962, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And within 3 years, they were doing well.
Yeah,
innit?
I know
They were
what I'm trying to
economically
say now.
achieving. They were all of them something there, innit? But then 3 decades later, when we go into the 90s now, Jamaica's now suffered a financial crisis. I remember what was going on then. The global financial crisis took place them time there, yeah? And then Jamaica obviously started to get the debt by 20. That was in 2000 and... No, that was in 1990, innit? By 2008, now the global crisis kicked in. By 2013, Jamaica's the country of the world to have the highest debt in the world. Come on.
But what I really wanted to add is that the point is that we have to congratulate Barbados for their management, because at the end of the day, they've become a republic, and I'm hearing you talk about wipe away debts and that, cool, which, you know, I'm saying to you, but in the meantime, you get me, obviously they've got what it takes and enough within themselves as an island to be able to run themselves independently of the Queen. And that's a difference, you know what I'm saying, Sharon? That's why I just want to keep highlighting that.
Yeah, but Brother Terry will turn around and say to you, what now when you have a disaster? What now when you have an issue or a virus and you need funding?
Okay.
Where will you go to?
Yeah, but them not be, yeah, they can still go to the IMF.
And that's what I said. You can still trade.
Go to wherever to get their money.
Yeah.
The IMF. Who owns the IMF?
It doesn't matter who. Terry, the thing is, right, Terry. In fact, I'm glad
who owns it though? Who does own it though? Just quickly.
No. When you look at the IMF create programs or projects for you to pay off your debt with interest. The IMF is controlled by the United Nations.
No, listen, Terry. Okay. I know all of that. Yeah. All right. Let's reverse a little bit then to come to where you are, Tezza. Yeah, because your thing is like, boom. You don't do politics, whatever, and I get that, and we can see in the past why. Cool. You're saying it has to be from the ground up, innit? You're saying if you don't see it go up on the ground, yeah, then it now do nothing, right? That was basically what you said. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you
the people, sis, people, so the ground for the people.
So what I would want to know from Terry then, what would be your sort of procedure to move on?
So Terry, there's a national disaster. You need army and you need money. How would you do it if you're not using a politician, right? There's a national disaster and you need help. How are you going to do it if the people ground down?
From before creation and time of creation, you understand it's the people that actually developed wherever it is. It's the people that made the city. The people, we didn't need people to dictate of how we did things. If we work in sync, we were able to develop our country. We were able to maneuver into our country and do what we need to do. So for the first prominent place is that we have a house, which is a shelter. You have a family connects to another family. Then you create a community. The community now builds an educational establishment. That educational establishment, the people that come out of that establishment, now able to create a market. Now you can create your hospitals. These things from the grassroots up, looking after your own, would now develop and create. And this is how Black Wall Street was developed. This is how.
Wait. So Tezza, you're basically saying all of the countries all of the islands need to follow that suit, and then they need to build a family which is connect amongst themselves. Then they need to come together and build an infrastructure, I guess, which would be
their own institution.
Yeah, I guess it would be all of that. And then you're gonna have to remember, then we've got to talk about trading and stuff like that. So you need to come together on that and all. So I'm so far with you, but then what happens when natural disasters and all of that stuff?
But that's the problem at the moment, because they depend on others. At this precise moment, they depend on others. So then what happens is the people can't do nothing. All they can do is move their stuff and think. But most people are going to be suffering because they live below the levels of how to live. At the end of the day, so it's how are they going to get something, and then what happens is you're going to go to people like the IMF, you're going to reach out to other countries, and then once that's been solved, you now end up depending on these countries because you owe them.
Yeah, but Terry, to be fair though, there's very few countries. Hold on a second, Divine. There's very few countries that aren't in debt to someone or the other. Like, there's no country out here that's just standing on its two feet, independent, don't need nothing from no one. What? Give me a country that's doing that then. Give me the blueprint.
You know that wasn't me, right? Just for the record, that wasn't me.
People that were in debt before and gone through their situation. And the prime example is China. China was in debt and they developed what they need to do and paid all their debts. This is why they got Hong Kong back.
Okay.
Yeah, but brother Terry, that was a
talking about
way they got down there.
Yeah, but
that's a rocky way. It's a hard way. Yeah, but the way that they got to the position that they are, they weren't thinking about their people, were they? Now, do you know what I mean?
About their people, because
I'm saying a lot of their people suffer.
Yeah,
bro,
but
they closed. They locked down. They went in-house. They were insulated.
But some people have to be sacrificed. That's how the law works. This is nature. No matter how we see it, when you're going to war, some people are going to have to die. Some people are going to have to be sacrificed for others to accelerate.
Yeah, but to be fair, though, Tessa, I don't think that's a relative comparison between China and Barbados. I don't think that's.
No, what I'm trying to say to you is that
he was giving an example of how to get there. How can the people?
Yeah, I know. But even so, wait, man, wait. I understand what you're saying, Kushty, in terms of even how to get there. Yeah, but again, and this is why I keep drawing back to, we have to recognize what people are working with. You see what I'm saying to you? And that's why I was coming back to try to your point, Kushty, because you're saying, boom, now people them should just leg off of Barbados' debt and all the rest of it. And I'm saying, obviously, in an idealistic world, that would be the case. But we know it's not going to go like that. You see what I'm saying to you?
Exactly.
But regardless, they've got themselves into a position, you see what I'm saying to you, where they've still got that 7 billion debt. Yeah, and still telling a man, say, yo, laters, exactly. And I'll see you in the boardroom tomorrow.
But you know,
that's why I said you can't move in a space of fear, and that's what it is. It's either that, and you move on forward and move forward.
You know that Barbados is still in debt to the IMF. You know that, innit?
Who? Barbados?
Just read through it, bruv. They're 7 billion is their debt. 7 billion.
Yeah. So now with the IMF, as I said, they utilize it, able to getting into each other's countries. This is why America will release an army barracks in every country, so that they rely on these people, because now the American barracks is there. It's the same thing what's happening in Guinea at the moment. Guinea now, China is now opening an army barracks in Guinea. These are people that will use their advantage of when you owe them something to able to apply or put something there.
I got you. And that's why, wait, pause, let me come back.
She's not moving towards that area, is she? She's looking for independence though, Terry. That's what she's trying to avoid. You don't see her going to these people begging them.
Yeah, but what
she's trying to go to other African countries, and she's trying to build alliances. She's moving forward now.
Doing that? You haven't even developed your own home.
Because Terry, they're in debt. You've just said goodbye to the monarchy, mummy and daddy. You're in debt.
Said goodbye to the corporate. Everybody said goodbye to all the companies that are control all the ports.
No, she's still managing them. In fact, she didn't even necessarily say goodbye to the monarchy. She just said we're going to trade as equals, not as your baby anymore. We're going to set our tariffs and our prices. You ain't going to take a big proportion. You're not expecting this discount. We're going to trade. So she's still actively doing it. This is what I'm saying. She's still trying to move towards independence. Now, these businesses, they can stay there. But guess what? Guess who runs the rules now? If I decide that your taxes go up, your taxes go up. If I'm the only place in the Caribbean where you could do your hide away your dirty little millions because you don't want to give it to your own country to build them up, so you're trying to figure out a way to keep your money, guess who runs that now? Guess who dictates those laws?
It's not Barbados, because remember,
why not?
Because offshore accounts are more safety deposit boxes. You don't know what's in there.
Yeah, but guess what? You have to pay for it. Bro. If you're bringing your money to me,
You're not bringing it to you. These are private companies that own these offshore accounts. It's got nothing to do with the country.
Yeah, but bro, there's stuff that has to be within legal requirements within each country.
Yeah,
and the person who dictates those legal rules.
Yeah, hold on. If I'm opening up a bank and I'm putting my building in your country, I pay my taxes and my rent. You do not know what's going on in my account because it's private.
Right, but then I've still got that's facts. Yeah, but so if I come, if you come into my country and say you want to open up a bank, fair play. And you want to open up accounts, that's fine. But I'm gonna have to give you. You can't just open up any willy-nilly accounts. You can't just. You're gonna have to pay me something. There has to be laws. Wait. There has to be laws and procedures that you have to do, right? Just like any other bank account. Just because someone has a bank account doesn't mean that somebody who's laundering money could just open up an account and put it in. There's laws and procedures.
Yes, they can.
Bro, what I'm saying to you, let me finish my sentence, bro. Let me finish my sentence, yeah? What I'm saying to you is, when you do money laundering and things like that, the reason that it's illegal. It's not a legal thing. I'm not saying it don't happen, right? I'm saying it is illegal, yeah? So in this country, laundering money happens, fine, yeah, but it is illegal. So this country has dictated rules that you have to go by if you want to have a bank in this country. I'm saying that Barbados can have rules set in place. Remember, before this, they had no government govern of anything. The person who had governed it was someone 8 hours away in Buckingham Palace. She now can dictate that. She can dictate rates, interest rates. You think that you just have a bank there, you're not paying towards the country or the people that own the country? Them banks are paying out. And she's going to...
Let me explain something quickly. When the Queen was controlling, when the Queen controls the country, it's not the actual Queen that controls the company. It's the general that has been put there in place. Now, the general can be the black man, it could be a white man, it could be anybody.
Yeah, but who does he answer to, bro?
Yeah, but that general, who would Barbados answer to anyway, behind the scenes?
This is what I'm saying. And now,
will it be the superpowers? When they answer to the superpowers?
But bro, what I'm saying to you, we're going on a different. We're going to go down a rabbit hole, yeah, and that's when you're going to confuse me. What we're saying is that if she's setting up infrastructures, yeah, and now you can legally have you have authority over how things go. You can, like you said, okay, what about the ports? What about the private companies in the ports? They can say, no, saying you can't go. But if you could be there for free, or if you could pay off, or if you had a mother company in England and you had some sort of deal or something, all of that can get scrapped out. She can set new guidelines. I'm not saying that people can't go get in between the lines and things like that, but she's now in a position, to start doing stuff.
How do you think they bribe presidents and prime ministers?
Well, like I said to you, Terry, I'm not hero worshipping here, yeah. I'm saying that we have to give her time. Now, I agree with you. It's a game of chess, and to me, the pawns have just been put on the board. Yeah, they've not even made the first move yet, but we can see where she's thinking. Yeah, we can see where she's moving her first pawn. Now, I'm telling you that she's going to other countries and trying to set up an alliance. You're like, well, what's the point? Well, why not? Why not? Because what's the alternative? The alternative is if you do not look for self,
concentrate on your own people.
But Terry, Lady D and Nine just gave an example. We can concentrate on self, but when a disaster comes and it's only money that will fix it, what are you going to do? This is your cross line. You go back to mummy or daddy, or you set up an alliance. Let me finish, bro. You go back to mummy or daddy, or you set up an alliance where we are all self-governing. And like what Nine says, every country does it. This Britain has the European Union to rely back on. They have their relationship with America to rely back on. If shit goes to shove, if push comes to shove, they have got other places they can go to. When we talk about Barbados, we're talking about them like they're a single island and that's okay. Why shouldn't they have alliances? Why should they not have alliances with their neighbors? Why don't they have a Caribbean bank? Why don't they have a national force, army type of force? Why shouldn't she be coming up with these kinds of these ideas to unify each other, to be independent and to be safeguarding for each other? Now that's the Pan-African way. So I don't understand, like, why you don't see it that way.
Well, what I'm saying is when we even talk about the Pan-African way, you're talking about the ideology of Pan-Africanism, and the ideology of Pan-Africanism is a people that unite together from the same oppressor. You don't work in alliance with your oppressor. Now, what I'm saying is that once you're still in the circle of the oppressor, now you have to find ways of how you're going to worm your way around. Now, in the fact that your oppressor is finding its own way to able to capitalize, if Barbados is beneficial, then it will find its way of utilizing its advantages, i.e. economics. Because at the end of the day, when, as I said before, is that when you can grow your bananas, but then who are you going to sell your bananas to? If you're doing tourism, who are you selling your tourism to? So, but what I'm saying is that we need to be able to develop our own people, so we are ready for any form of an alliance. In the fact that you build your own army, you build your own infrastructure, you help your people to make them much more stronger. Once you become strong, then
what
you
am
can
I saying
start
is different to that, though, bro? What am I saying is different to that? Didn't I say that?
Yeah, okay, but hold on. All right, so all right then, Terry, give us your blueprint then. Because I hear you talk about the people, ground roots, this and that. I'm like, all right, I get that. But now, let me hear it in practicality now. Because at the end of the day, we're still going to be a country or an island within the world, yeah, or in the world place or world marketplace or world chessboard, yeah, cool. Yeah. So now let me hear your blueprint. You know what I'm saying to you, in terms of remaining on that chessboard and actually being productive and progressive. You get me? From the grassroots.
I go to my grassroots people, and I'm able to get my people into position where I develop my army, as I said before, and not only develop my army, I develop agriculture, because agriculture is one of our biggest exports that we do. Develop the infrastructure of schools and education. Like Grenada has one of the best universities in the world. You know, these are the things that infrastructure within the house. Once we are solid, then we can reach out to say, this is what we have and this is what we can do.
But this is what I'm saying, and that's why I think we're saying the same thing, because I would argue that is the position that Barbados is in. And that's what I'm saying. When we're trying to compare it to Jamaica, we're not in that position yet.
No. What I'm trying to say to you is that we're playing at the moment from a political stances. We've got the Prime Minister. Who is the Prime Minister in line with? What is her methods of how she's going to apply this? I'm saying it's new, and as I said before, I congratulate for everything.
That's what I'm saying, though. In terms of your blueprint, you're saying that you don't do. Wait, Terry. In terms of your blueprint, and you're saying you don't do politics, I want to know how you would be managing not even this situation, but just managing in general.
No,
you get me? When you keep
you're not listening to what I said. I didn't say politics. I said the politicians of today are reckless. They are reckless.
So what would you do different? Let me keep it more simplistic then. What would you do different from what this woman's doing?
At this moment, as I said, she hasn't pulled out her full cards. As I said, that's why I said I congratulate her for the position she's done so far. But as I said, is that once you've been under a jurisdiction for so long, the mindset of whoever's there on the top may still run in line as in the British way of thinking.
Yeah, that's fair play to say.
Are they trying of a Pan-African, but as a British way?
Lord forbid, fine, God, they shouldn't be in the same sentence. Pan-African in a British way. Terry's trying to trigger me, boy. Is he trying to trigger me? Yeah. But can I ask, Terry, like, you said that first of all, I would galvanize the people. I would then sort out trade. Who are you in this scenario? Are you not a politician that's doing that? Who are you in that scenario?
No, I'm a family member.
Right. So you're a family member in Barbados, and you've gotten with another
it's the
family.
people's land, so the people should have involvement. The people
Absolutely.
should be the ones developing. Go on.
So you family member, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, you're a senior family member. You've got respect and standing, yeah, within your family and possibly the community around you. Then I heard you say that you get with other family members, yeah, around the area. Then you're building some form of like a village, right? Mm-hmm. Is that correct? Okay. So at some point, you're going to have to interact with the international world. You could have to interact with the international world in order to sort out trade, for example. You're going to have to interact with them to talk to them about your debt, whether it's reconciling the debt, recalculating the debt, whatever. Yeah. So who is that individual? Is that still that family member that's going to do all of that? Because now we're talking about a national basis of the whole
people of Barbados. The people of Barbados, like the Council of Elders, the people of Barbados are the ones that are going to be dealing with this. At the moment, it's an elite.
What you're actually saying is that you want someone who's proper speaks for the people in the position, correct?
Yep.
You don't want someone from the elite. You want someone from the ground, but have got the knowledge enough of the politics and what's needed within the country to then be the face for the country when they're speaking into international arena. Because although to me, you know me, that sounds beautiful, but knowing the international arena, they're going to want some sort of representation. So me and the rest of the leaders then can't all go up there. We'll have to nominate one person.
No, but they will have their representative in the forms of their institution. Their institution will represent them as a community of a whole. So if we are organizing,
so now we're talking about politics, bro. Because although politics is a dirty word, in essence, our MPs are from our boroughs. Sorry?
You're not listening. That's why I said the politicians of today, the elite, are the ones running things. That's why the gap between the poor and the rich is getting bigger.
Yeah, but no one's disagreeing with that, bro.
No. So what I'm trying to say to you is that we need to get our people on the bottom a little nudge up. So that people are in a comfortable position. No, this is what I'm trying to say, is that as long as the elite control things, that gap will always grow.
Yeah, the rich will only take care of the rich and the poor remain poor. So in order for the whole country to do well, you need someone who's from the essence of that country, Barbados, right? Who knows what the problems are, to speak on behalf of them, because their interest is truly for the country. And what's to say, I don't know her background, right? I don't know Mia's background, right? But let's just say, even if she's from a wealthy, or more than likely, you're right, she's probably from a more educated background, right? Okay, fair play. But what if within her heart is for the people of Barbados? Then we're okay, right? Because her decision makings, like for an example you said, will all be taken into consideration of other people's opinions, what they want, and what's best for the country. And the only way we're going to see that is to see how her moves go within that chessboard. But I think what Nyan was trying to say is that when you were saying certain things, what is a different way? And I think that's where our lines were getting crossed. So we're not talking, we know that regardless, you have to participate in politics, right? But you're saying the type of people that these countries have in politics need to have the welfare of their people and their country first in their mind to move forward. And I agree with that, if I'm listening accurately. And all I'm saying about Mia is, what she's demonstrating to me so far is looking like it. I'm not saying I'm hero worshipping. I'm not saying I love the politicians. Like, I don't. But what I'm saying is the way that she's moving. Okay, so that's the other part. Because when I said to you, okay, because she's talking to other countries about realigning, you're like, she shouldn't, right? She should focus on self. But my whole thing is that if you know you're in a position where mommy and daddy's gone, right? The hierarchy's gone. You've got this debt with them. You want to keep it in a nice professional relationship with them so you can still keep trade with them. Isn't the her going to these countries and talking about let's do trade, it's not saying I'm abandoning or I'm trying to, you know, we're not doing that stupid internet, oh, you're all trying to save the whole black country and all that crap. What she's saying is she's not trying to save Barbados and Jamaica and Ghana and Nigeria. What she's saying is in order for Barbados to function correctly, it'd be good for us to have a relationship with these other nations where we're resource heavy. And where a lot of the problems that I'm facing in Barbados, you're also facing in Nigeria. The debt, the fact of the invasion of all of these army forces, but the lack of our own army forces. So although we're going through different things and yada yada, and all the divisive people will let you know that, I get it. Underlining the main things we are all similarly going through. Why are we going through it independently, each of us on our own, when more heads is better than one? And that's how I see that she's doing it. I don't think she's saying, okay, because I'm talking to Ghana about trading and Nigeria and Jamaica about this and that other. I don't think she's saying I want to save you all. I think she says for the benefit of my country and also yours, we need to start having some form of a better reliance against these people because they're not only doing it to me. And I think the example that you made of Cameroon is a perfect example of causing divisiveness and making it more tricky, because these people have taken on their slave owners' beefs. And on top of that, language barrier. So life is hard enough. And I think she's seeing that and she's just saying, look, it don't hurt to trade. I don't think her doing that is saying, I want to save you. I think that's just that kind of, you know what I mean, certain people that talk on it. I don't think she's saying that. I think it's a benefit for both parts.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to bring up their economic bits and bobs, man, because for me, when you look through look through their stats and that, yeah, they're already kind of doing that's being spoken about. Yeah, it's not like they're overly reliant. Look, China's only 4.8%, America's 38%, yeah, which you would expect, but then it's all other Caribbean islands. So for myself, that's
the trade figures. Is this who Barbados are trading with?
Yeah, these are their main. Okay. These are their main exports, and let me show you the imports. Okay. You get me?
Where's UK?
There you go. After all of them big chattings. So hold on a sec. Where am I? Here. So let's
they're doing a lot within the other islands as well. Look.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So.
Because America is capitalizing on the whole of the Caribbean.
Yeah, they are 38%.
So that's their exports. This is their main imports, all right? America, 38%. Again, see, now I think that's good. That's an equilibrium. That's all right. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying to you?
As long as what they're trading with. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, they're ready, like you said, they're already doing that. Like they're ready. Majority of those countries are Caribbean countries, if I'm reading them correctly, anyway. And it's interesting that US is one of their largest ones.
Yeah. Then it's Trinidad and Tobago. Then UK. China's only 6.7%. And then Canada. So I don't think it's too bad. Okay.
You do know that
I would be interested in what the trading rates are though with the USA, if they're taking the mick like what we saw with Haiti, right? So and these are the kind of things that I think if you're in a head position, you can regulate or correct.
Yeah, but you see, like for instance, this woman, the woman is playing a chess game. Remember, she studied in London College of Economics. Yeah, and the relationships that you were able to see in that she creates alliances. Even with Gambia, when the president of Gambia came to this country, he studied here. Now she knows the English system, and that system is what she may apply because that's what she studied under, and she comes under the because she's religious as well, but she comes under the same system as the British system. So now, when you're working with most of your produce to someone like America, why are they having the most of the percentage, or where they're getting their money from? Because if you take that percentage, it's a lot. So what kind of deals are they
38%.
doing? Because what kind of deals are they doing? And understanding the factors of what a lot of people don't look at is the treaties between two countries.
Mm-hmm.
So as I said,
you can only do that to be in a leader position, right, bro?
Yeah, and you.
That's why we all agree that the first step is to get into that position.
Yeah, she's coming from a wealthy background. So as I said, I don't know as yet, but the time will tell and time will show. But you know, when you have a frame mind of an elite, you're going to always be thinking of capitalism.
You know what, bro? I do have this. I'm not sure, right? Well, this is my view, and I don't think it's a very popular one within the group that I claim to be in, yeah. But I don't see a problem, right, with the diasporan being in the belly of the beast and learning within their institutions, right? So like you said, she studied there. Now I know America, and many this happens all the time, right? In Africa, the same thing. They get them over there and they have one of the best educations. I think even Garvey and others have done that, right? They've gone to these countries and studied in these countries, but they've still held on to their views. I think it's more smarter to do that, because that's why when people talk to me, and I'm not trying to go off point, so let me finish this, so I'll go right back. When people talk about, being a Pan-African, why don't you stay in, why don't you all go? In my head, it's smart to have some people with a Pan-African mindset in this country. So when our country, let's use Barbados, is negotiating with London, they're negotiating with the Pan-African minds within London who are fully aware of the mindset that the country that they're in. Oh, Britain does this as a loophole. They'll say that this is pretty, but this is their typical their history or their strategic. This is how we're supposed to do it. I know, because I'm in here, I'm studying in here, I'm working with them, but my mindset and my values and what I'm doing it for is for you back home. Now she's gone there, she studied in the highest, like you said, she's learned about economics as well, so she's learned their mindset. Now the hopeful person in me, being positive, can say that she can use that as an advantage. So when they come to her at the table, they're not dealing with someone who idolizes them, kisses their ass, and know nothing about the way that they do their business. She's sitting at a table with people. She's an equal. I fully studied amongst you lot. I know your ways and procedures, and this is how we're going to move forward. So no airs and graces, or no little fancy trinkets like how they've done us before is going to be able to sway me into what you're doing.
Right, someone's got their TV on, sis. Someone's got their TV on. Whoever that is, I beg. Sorry, sis, go on.
That's okay. Did you hear any of it that I said?
Yeah, I did, but it's just annoying when you're talking and there's
so I was
TV.
just I know. I was just basically, and let me wrap it up so it's not so long-winded, is that I think her studying over there can be used as a benefit. I think her knowing the way that the institution works of Britain and the fact that she did economics can be a good thing. So when she's sitting at the table negotiating with these people, they can't put little pretty trinkets that they've done in the past with us, right? Knowing our history in our face and think, okay, we're going to take a little stone and give you our gold. No, I know how you work. I know how you operate. I know that these are the tricks that you typically do. And now when you're negotiating with me, you understand that you're going to take me as an equal because I've studied with you lot. I know how you work. And this is how we're going to move forward. Now, someone who hasn't been in that position, all I'm saying is the alternative is someone being in that position is someone who's never studied with them, doesn't know anything, but idolizes Britain. Right?
But she's always
hold on, Terry, Tessa, quick question for Tessa, quick. I know you two are in your bag right now, but Terry, as we heard with Chakra Rabun's playing that thing, so that the Pan-Africans have been fighting for this. Yes. Yeah. Do you not think that she's not been liaisoning and has the Pan-African Union, all them people there behind her when she's making certain decisions? Do you not think she's not getting, I guess, talking and getting everyone else's opinion on where it's at or which direction they should be heading to? Hence why we should be a bit more optimistic.
By them.
Okay, so in understanding, who was the Attorney General before they had the Prime Minister?
Say that again. Sorry, question. I'm on Wikipedia right now.
Who was the Attorney General of Barbados before she became Prime Minister?
Attorney General, I don't know. It says monarch, president,
Governor
General, Sandra Mason.
Yeah, but she was a Governor General herself.
So who's Sandra Mason?
So in 2001, she was Governor General. She's already been liaising with the Queen for a long period of time.
Right. So what are you saying, that she's effectively been picked? You know what I mean by that, where they're the favourite leader that they would have liked them to have.
Selected, not elected.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah, exactly.
My point. That it's not someone fresh from the grassroots.
Yeah, but she might not be someone. Hold on. Tezza, let's look at it another way. She might not be somebody fresh from the grassroots in your vision of grassroots. Yeah, she might have been selected and not elected. Okay, cool. But how do you not know she does not have the mindset of, like, if she is working with the Pan Africans, that right there should give you a clue on what kind of mind frame she's in it. If she's
exactly.
But she's working with the Queen.
And how you know?
I'm hearing you talk about grassroots and that, and I get that. But we also have to be realistic here, because we need someone that can go and handle themselves on the international stage, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So they still have to have some sort of political vibes about them. You know what I mean? And I'm saying you can't just pluck out someone from the grassroots, as you're suggesting, and then put them on that kind of stage. That's not going to work.
No, but that
yeah. But what the important thing for me in this instance, when you're talking about grassroots, is that she has the backing of her country.
She has the backing of the Queen,
which would include the grassroots.
Yeah, hold on. But she has the backing of the Queen.
Forget the Queen.
Why do you say that?
No. You see, this is why.
Listen. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. The Queen, I get you. You know what I'm saying to you? But I'm still saying, regardless of what relationship she and the Queen may have, as according to yourself, yeah, I'm talking about, is the country backing her? You know what I mean? Because if the country is backing her, then that means amongst that is the grassroots that she will then be able to pull up. You get me? But in the first instance, you got to send someone out there who can deal with the case, but regardless.
And not be an embarrassment.
No, but that's popularity. You're choosing popularity.
No, it's not popular.
Wait, let's get another opinion. Quick. Raheem, are you there?
Have you got popularity?
Yeah, I'm here.
Prince Raheem, come through. Bless up, Grand Rising and all that.
You all right? Yeah. How can I put this? So, Barbados is only a republic in name. It is not truly independent. And anyone who thinks that it is independent of the British monarchy and any rule from outside of that hasn't actually been looking into what's actually happening. There is no way that anyone with an empire truly gives up an empire, a part of their empire. That even goes for America. America still is underneath the boot of the British, as much as they don't like to admit it because they think they're independent. They still come and bow to the Queen every year. The same will go for Barbados. Barbados is still in it's still a part of the Commonwealth. So therefore, that means funds that come to Barbados will still go to the Crown. So as much as they've got a president, there is no real independence. That means there is sway. That means there is opinions from external forces who will be able to turn around and say how things should work. It just means that the people think that they have more freedom. So it's a mental game.
Basically, what you're saying, sorry to cut you, bro, but what you're saying is basically what Terry's, I guess, ideal wishes for is never going to come to power, because, Terry, if you're looking for Bruce rights up and you're saying, but the Queen, she's still under the Queen, you're never going to be free of the Queen, is what Raheem's saying.
Yeah, but
100%.
Right. But that's, as I said, that's my wishes. I would love the people to come from grassroots. But at this precise moment, that is not going to happen. These people are going to fight neck and teeth until it creates a war. So at the end,
there'll be no.
No, I'm not saying there will be, but what I'm saying is that that's how far these people will go under something that they own. They might give a dog a bone at the end of the day, but my wish doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But the real truth is, it has to work its way up, and if it doesn't work its way up, it's going to be what it is.
That's the fundamental point. Like no one disagrees that they're not going to be fully independent. We said that. We said that earlier on, that doesn't mean that they're independent. But that does also, it's just, we need, like, sometimes I think we talk with Ireland and Africa, like what Nine says. Remember, no country is like, although they're islands, they're not an island. They all need help. They've grouped together and have called it all different, beautiful, pretty names in order for support. That's what it comes down to. You, me, we're all together. We're neighbors. We can link up. We're going to support each other. When push comes to shove, if it gets really bad, we can loan from each other. We can trade with better trading prices and things like that.
That's already been happening for years.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is that, yes, America might not be totally independent or this, that, and the other. Fine. Many countries might not be independent, but countries are doing a lot better than what our countries are currently doing now. In the scope of what we're doing now, if people are saying that you'll never get rid of the Queen, you'll never be under, they'll always have a little piece, a hand in the pie. Fine. What are we going to do moving forward with that?
Well, this is what I want to get to. Before we go, sis, before we go, just wanted to hear Raheem, who the hell is that? Raheem's thoughts, because we have not actually had to get to her his own individual thoughts on how he thinks what being a Republican now that it's become. What does he think about it? What does that future look like? Like, give us your perspective.
I think the future is that it's all going to be the same. I don't think that there is any real difference. Unfortunately, I think that, as I said, it's just a namesake to make people feel better. Like, a lot of things that are coming out now are to quell the masses, the waves of unsettled emotions that are rocking through many ethnic communities. I think if we are to truly be
Raheem,
independent. Yeah, go on.
I don't think Barbados was like that, though.
Barbados, you have to remember, what's Barbados' nickname? It's Little England.
Exactly, it's Little England. Yeah, but they weren't vexed about it.
I didn't say they were vexed.
Celebrate that.
I didn't say they were vexed. There is a worldwide growing discontent for Black and ethnic minority independence and the right to self-identify. So a lot of this is the result of that, and I think the same thing goes for movements that we have here. It's a growing wave that's passing over every nation, and I think the issue is that a lot of it is a strategic movement to control the outcomes of these waves. So what you'll notice is that this will be the first country to do this, or island to do this, to name themselves as a republic. It's not actually the first, because I think Trinidad and Tobago are a republic, but they'll be the first of many to start to make this change. And eventually what you'll see is that there will be a new governing body that will come over an overarching governing body, and that will have some link to previous oppressors. And I think that that's what will end up happening. So you'll have the Republic of Jamaica, the Republic of Barbados, the Republic of Grenada. Then they'll form, with the help of the Europeans or the Americans, which is still the Europeans, this United Nation of the Caribbeans. And it will be similar to like a Gaddafi situation, where you'll see people rise up and say, well, we want a one nation currency, and we want X, and we want Y, and we want Z. And then you'll get links to mass outbreaks of violence and all of these types of things. I think that it's just a strategic move to quell and quash any future issues that are arising. Unfortunately, I would love to think that this is purely a positive step in the right direction, but all history shows us all too many times they'll give you knowledge and give you a slight bit of power to control you. That's just my opinion on it.
You brothers are so positive this morning, but anyway, hey ho, let's keep going.
No, but there's nothing different. It's like the trade aspect. What's the difference in the trade aspect? You'll have her saying, let's do trade with all these other countries. They already do that. But the problem is that they're already answering to a higher body to dictate who will dictate who they can trade with, at what frequency and what pay rate and what returns they can gain from it. And that's the IMF, for example. The IMF own all of these debts and these problems, and therefore they are the ones who say how much you can trade, what you can trade, why you can trade it, and who you can trade with. So as much as she's like, yeah, Ghana, let's trade cocoa, Ghana will say, cool, let's do it. They'll draw up whatever. Ghana will, and the IMF will turn around and say, brilliant, you've got a trade, that's great news. However, 3% of your profits, your national profits, must be invested into X. Another 3% must be invested into Y. 25% must come back to us for the debt that you owe us. 75, and then the rest will go to various other bits and pieces, as well as what is owed to the crown. Because remember, as I said, they're still a part of the Commonwealth. So what's the real change? There is none. It's a name. You now have a woman named a president, the first president in Grenada's history. Brilliant, fantastic movement. But is there a real change? No. So it sounds negative, but it's just based in reality, unfortunately.
Well, let's try and look at another way. So let's look at other countries that have become republic and see what changes have taken place over the years. How about we do it that way? So if there's any positive changes or all right, let's go to Dominica, because that one was a shocker for me. Let's see what changes have happened since Dominica has can we do that now and research what good changes have happened and what bad changes have happened since they've become a republic? Hopefully no one's there.
Said, yeah, but you're not going to see anything yet because it's just happened, isn't it? But I've just read.
I said Dominica, listen. I said Dominica, not Barbados. So we want to look at previous countries in order to see where these brothers are getting this kind of mindset from, innit? So I want to go to Dominica to see what changes have happened since they became republic and what are the negatives.
Drop it in the back chat then or something.
All right.
I'm just trying to see. So they became independent of England in 1967 and then became a republic in 1978. So in 1978, Dominica achieved full independence with Patrick Roland John becoming its first prime minister. And there was a lot of bribery. A cabinet crisis ensued in May 1979, when they then elected Oliver Serafin as their prime minister. Hurricane David destroyed it. 1980s election, Eugenia Charles became the first female prime minister. Dominica got closer ties to Barbados, so that's probably where the influence came from in the 80s. Then her government faced several coup attempts in 1981. Well, it seems like there was a lot of internal problems with the previous prime ministers. Excuse me. Then in 2004,
I'm having a little whiz down through Wikipedia quickly to see what they've got on there, innit?
Yeah, that's fine. I was just reading out what is on the Britannica Encyclopedia.
Oh, okay.
And this is all like what they've gone through.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, while you're both looking up on that, can I just check, is Terry there? I don't know if you're there. You there, bro?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can't even see his name. The brother was speaking. Is it Raheem?
Yeah, Raheem.
He was speaking, and he was saying a part that obviously I'm more positive in it, but there was one thing that strikes me, and he said about the IMF. And he said that the IMF will dictate any spending or how they'll do their spending. Mm-hmm. So to me, that would be the biggest barrier for any country, right? So if you're independent and you're setting up trade, and what he was saying is that even if you set up trade, for example, for Ghana with cocoa, the IMF bank has influence in that, right? Is that, can any of the brothers show me something to prove that? Because I've heard that a lot, but I've been looking and I can't necessarily see that. If that is the case, wait, two things. So if we can just get something to show that, and the second thing I'd like to ask the brothers is, if that's the case, how do you get out of that? Because if we're saying that, okay, we're stuck in the same. Okay, so brother Raheem's saying that you don't, so you're just stuck in that situation, and therefore there's no hope. If that's the
yes and no. So it's like this. The IMF. So if you Google what is the role of the IMF, and it says the IMF works to foster global monetary cooperation, secure financial stability, facilitate international trade, promote high employment and sustainable economic growth, and reduce poverty around the world. So that's what they say. Yeah. If you look at what they did to Jamaica, Jamaica's biggest few industries was their milk, their sugarcane, and bananas.
Yeah.
After independence, and we gained however much debt it was at the time, the IMF turned around and destroyed overnight the milk trade. Farmers were there pouring milk into the fucking drains of Jamaica, and in subsidy, they imported from America the powdered milk. So powdered milk became the dominant thing in Jamaica. It took the value of that milk that we had at, say, for example, £1 a carton or gallon or whatever, to something like 30 pence that we could bargain for. So you're now decreasing the inability to have that. You then have to start selling off things such as your tourism districts, where we've allowed now the Spanish, the majority is the Spanish, then you have the English, and now the Chinese, all coming in to build tourist destinations. They therefore turn around to charge premium rates. That all goes back to their countries of origin and their tax banks and all of that type of stuff, while we're still paying our employees at £1 per hour or something like that. It's like £2.50 an hour that they get paid. That has a detrimental to the effect to the amount of people that affect. This is down to things. It's not just IMF is one factor of many factors to do with it. There's obviously the fact that we have a national debt of, I think it's £14 billion. For a country that is not worth anything, you can't afford to pay that back.
Exactly, we said that, but what I'm saying is, I think there's ways around that. The only thing I'm struggling to see a way around is if you are like you said, we've negotiated a deal with Ghana, and we're getting per annum, for example, 10 grand, and then you're saying that the IMF has now said, okay, you've got 10 grand profit, and this is how you're going to spend your profit. That's what you're saying, right? They're dictating to them how they're going to spend their profit. But in the same, while this is happening, the IMF is allowing this country that they own and control to allow other countries such as China's to set up, make millions, and still be able to provide back for their country within the land of Jamaica. This is what I don't understand, how that correlate.
Because the IMF don't control everyone, especially not China. So China's doing something called economic colonialism, and it's exactly what now the G20 or G7 are planning to do. Because what they do is they set up, they invest in infrastructure, because that's the best way to gain money back over a course of time, because it's guaranteed money. It's your taxes. Your taxes go into infrastructure. So, for example, you've got the new north to south coast road, which goes from Montego Bay to Kingston.
Yeah, I was going to say that, like the tolls and all of that.
Yeah, exactly. That gets paid, and there's a port as well. That gets paid back. No qualms about it over a certain amount of time. So you're increasing Jamaica's ability to trade and ability to do things, but at the same time, you're creating another system of debt because they're investing in their infrastructure. So if it costs £2 million to build that road, they have to pay £2 million back plus whatever agreed labor and costs and all of that type of stuff back to China. So China is getting things back into them.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I agree with that point, and I can see why that's been a problem, but I can see a way of getting out of that, right? Well, whoever was controlling that at that time allowed that. They went to that meeting with China. They allowed China to offer them that, and they knew the repayments, and they did that. So what it sounds like, that was an agreement between China and Jamaica. But it's like anything. Yeah. So, but then when we're talking about what the example that you're giving, right? This is all happening within Jamaica. Yeah.
But that's not a trade agreement.
The example you gave. Right. So the IMF only what does the IMF control then? Because if you're controlling
trade agreements.
And that's it, just a trading agreement.
So it's your loan, no, they'd have loads of different things, but the one of the biggest things that they set up will help dictate are trade agreements. So they're governed by how many, I can't remember. They have member nations which govern them and say who they can lend what to and how much. So then that feeds into the pot, and that's all done through trade. And it's then paid through various bits and pieces. But an infrastructure agreement is not a trade agreement. An infrastructure agreement is China come to England to build. No, it's not. They come to England, for example, and they're building a nuclear power plant. That's not trade.
Yeah, so this has got something to do with infrastructure, and the IMF doesn't want nothing out of that, right?
No,
they don't have nothing to do with that.
Well, they have to pay back their loans. That's it.
Yeah, but that's to do with China, right? That's got nothing to do with the IMF. The IMF, although the IMF within Jamaica is controlling the trade with Jamaica, so anything that comes in, but then Jamaica can independently just set up this next trade or this next loan effectively, right? Because you're going to be paying it back, and that's fine. They're not going to touch anything out of that. So what I'm asking, okay, I know Raheem said that nothing basically is going to say.
I've got to jump off. I've got a meeting. Yeah, I'm just going to be in the background. I'll be listening.
It was really good speaking to you, though. But Terry, I'm asking you now with that example, because I think that was more where you was moving towards when you're saying that, look, you're still under them regardless. What do you do in that scenario? Because like what we said, you can't expect them to scrap the debt, even though that's the right thing to do. They should do that. We know that's not going to happen. And now what we're getting told is that the IMF is literally dictating everything that they do. So how does that country come out of it? Because I think if this IMF thing is the biggest problem, it's the biggest problem. How are you going to get independent if someone's still at your purse strings constantly telling you how to spend it? And not only where you spend it, how you spend it, I'm actually taking this much from your purse strings. Because if it's never going to change, then effectively there's no point doing anything. There's no point actively doing something. There's no hope for the future for these countries. And something in me just can't believe that, if that makes sense. I know maybe I don't want to believe it, but there must be a way out of that. Brother Terry, don't go quiet on me now. Because I need someone to explain it, because I just don't get it.
That's why I was also trying to, like, when we talk about comparing and contrasting, we can't look at the two islands the same. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
And I think we need to really, because even when we speak about the IMF, right?
Yeah.
Jamaica's situation and Barbados' situation, even regarding the IMF, are just different. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, one 14 billion, one 7 billion. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would argue that Barbados has probably got its payments under control. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to remember that Barbados is only just 200,000 people. Yeah. So it's a smaller country to have to look after. You get me?
in terms of so many different things. Yeah, what the fuck? Right, hold on, I gotta go on mute. I don't know what. I'm closing everything. I need to come back.
That's an interesting part. What Nine said, though. Still, I get what she's saying on that, and it's true. I would probably argue the reason why they got such a hold on Jamaica as well is because they've probably got more exports as well. Do you know what I mean? Probably why the money is so much higher, including the other factors, the fact that they get more natural disasters and they need to loan out more. But that IMF thing, I mean, I really got to look into that because, and I'm not trying to look at the world in a rose tint glasses, but there is something seriously wrong with that. Do you know what I mean? And that's so bad that it's almost like there's no out to that, because if you're saying that the leaders, even though you re-elect them, we bring them through the grassroots, they can set up trade. But what Brother Raheem was saying is that you can set up trade all you want, because what they're going to be doing is they're going to be seeing your ins and outs. They're going to be looking at your accounts. They're going to be like, right, this is what you've got left over. Give me this and spend on that. And that can't be the way. That can't be. You're never going to get out of that.
Yeah, so understanding in the formalities of, like, for instance, when you get a loan from the bank, they will give you a method of how you're going to pay them back. And what happens is that it's easy for them. If you don't comply, they can able to put sanctions on you. So the plan of how they do the plan is you're constantly working to pay for something. Now, in forms of loan, interest goes up every year. So you might be paying certain period of time, but then if the inflation interest increases, that means you're still going to pay for what you have left of that year. So that it could be you're paying it quick this year, but next year you may be paying it slow because of the interest. Now, the IMF have it in such a way that you're always going to owe. So even these vaccines, who do you think is going to pay for the vaccines for that country? Where are they going to get that loan to pay for that vaccine?
But yeah, and I hear you on that, bro. And my thinking on this, yeah. So help me get some understanding. Is even the loan aspect of this, I can understand. I can even find a way out of that, right?
Wait. I know Terry did not just ask who's paying for the vaccines. I know you never asked that, Terry. When we just literally saw what the skills and the trips and all them thing that Rihanna did to bring vaccines into Dominica. Remember, they blocked her, you know, and then she said, okay, you think you're going to block me and my people? And she went the other route and she got it in. These are the things that then you've got to put into consideration.
But it's the vaccines have still got to get paid.
She done it, Terry, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm not saying she didn't.
Let me get it.
No. I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying that it's still, wherever she gets it from,
someone had to pay for that.
And who's going to pay for it?
Okay. Yeah, but what my thing is the bigger question, right? In regards to loans and rates, I don't see that as the end all, right? You have a loan, the loan, it's not even debatable. We know how that loan came about. It's immoral, yeah, but they've still got that loan and it ain't going nowhere. And if you have to pay back additional interest rates, and if those interest rates, you're getting 10 grand, if you're getting, I don't know, 10 grand a month, yeah, you're paying back 500, you're paying back 5 grand, interest rates goes up next year, now you're paying 6 grand, but the amount you're getting in is still 10 grand. We can see why that's going to eat into you, but there's ways to go about that still. To me, this is why innovation is necessary, right? This is why they want innovations and new ideas and things like that can all happen. You got to remember, like, with all the innovation that's happened in the last 10-20 years, how much substantial of that has come from the Caribbean? Who's done the latest app in the Caribbean? Like all these new where the world is going, we're not doing much innovation. So to me, invest in innovation, investing in and stopping the brain drain, right? So when you've got people that are good and the quality, don't let them go. This is all stuff that we can do. So that's not a problem for me.
Hold on. At the same time,
link in the back 9.
If the GP drops, so let's say for instance your money is 1 to 2, and then next year it drops to 1 to 4. What happens?
Yeah.
Does that mean that you have to pay more?
Yeah. Well, they don't care, right? Your GP can go up or down, but the amount
it's a
that
lot
you
of
still
money that you
owe
have to,
is the amount
that you have
you
to,
still
yeah, the
owe,
money that you have to pay out,
right? So the obvious, that's basics. Yeah, you got to keep your income up to prepare for that.
Yeah, but when you don't have much money, how do you do that?
Well, this is why I said that the point to do that is to start focusing on innovation. You've got to create income.
That's why I said to you, it's a chess game. Everything is calculated in a way where
but I understand that. We're not debating on that. That part is simple, right? For someone with a mind and brains, you can understand that, right? You got a loan, interest goes up. The problem is that your money that's coming in each month ain't rising with it, right? So the money that you've got left over to spend is less and less and less, right? And that trickles down less and less and less to provide for the people and develop the people. I get that, but there's ways about that. Innovation, new industries, other things that we could be creating in these countries. That's what other countries do. There's a way to get out of that, right? My whole thing is the IMF, yeah, that not only are we talking about, okay, you've got interest rates and a loan, but once you do get more money, they're telling you what to do with it. That is what cripples me. Like, what the hell? So I could do all the innovation. I could be getting the extra 10 grand or 2 grand that this business has made the nation. We've got a new spring. We've got a new beach. We're getting an extra couple of grand in tourism. Fine. But then if someone's coming over to you and saying, "Oh, well done, you got an extra grand," we'll take that. Or you know that you need something for healthcare, right? Which we know healthcare is needed in Jamaica. I know that from personal experiences, right? That it needs help. And you're saying, no, actually, they're telling you, okay, put your money into bananas, right? We need more bananas for our country, yeah? France is saying that, for example. But you're saying, no, what we really need to be doing is putting the money in the health sector. But then someone's telling you can't do that? Like, is that what we're saying, that's actually happening? Because if we're actually saying that, we've looked into it and we know that that's actually happening, how are we going to get out of that? Because you can try and make all the money you want. What is the point of making more money if it's just going into their hands? What is the point of renting that yard instead of getting a mortgage in that yard and making it your own? What is the point of constantly getting more money if it's going back into their hands and not going back into your own hands? And if that's what you're telling me is the case, I don't want to believe that. And I need proof of that. And if that's the case, I can't see a way out of that. Am I making myself clear? Like, it's not the loan aspect. I get that we loan. I get the interest rates are terrible, but there's ways out of that. Innovation could get you out of that. But if someone's dictating how you spend your money, how are you going to get out of that?
I hear you, Kushty. But, I'm glad we're on the finance part because I want to see how Barbados is. I'm trying to look at how Barbados is running things now and how that might affect them in the future. Would they be okay? Would they be able to do this the way we hope and pray that they are going to be able to? Or would they be another one that falls to these debts that they can never get out of, another republic country? So, sis, I dropped a link in the back and that was just kind of addressing.
Can we also find out what is the IMF regulation on all these countries like Jamaica and Barbados, for example? Like,
let me look that
what
up
is
now.
it that they actually control? What kind of spending do they actually control? Because I can't believe that, man. I don't want to believe that. I know. I'll admit that. Like, the wishful thinking, the positivity in me, and the Pan-African that loves my people in me, can't believe that. But if that is the case, I can't see how you get out of that. I can't believe that can be the case. Because, okay, give Terry's example. You go to the bank in here and you get a loan. Yes. First thing they're going to want to see is your income and how you make it. And then they want you to break it down. I've worked in the financial sector as well. It's probably why I'm sticking on this. So I do know that the process, right? So you go and they look into your ins and outs, right? And then they break down, and from your ins and outs, they'll say, okay, this is how much you've cleared at the end of the month. Okay. So on that, and you get 5 grand at the end of the month, for example. So we can give you this loan because we can see that you've got 5 grand residue income for leisure. So you can now, with that 5 grand, pay back the 2 grand a month and leave yourself with 3 grand and you can still live.
Right, check.
Now, you make all the agreements. Yeah, we can hear you fine. So we can make that agreement with the bank. Now, after that agreement signed on the bank don't care. Yeah. As long as you give them back their 3 grand. Yeah, we can hear you. I don't know. Can you hear me, Scarlett? We can hear you. We can hear you, babe.
Mic check. Mic check.
Well, I can hear her. I don't know. I don't know if the family can hear her in the chat.
She can't hear us, Kushty. She can't hear us. That's what it is. 9, you can't hear us, but we can hear you. Someone type that for me in the chats, please. Tell her that we can hear her, but she can't hear us.
I'll turn the private chats. We can.
shit.
You can't.
Can anyone hear me?
Us. I've done it in private. If the family could do it in the chat, then yeah. But what I was going to say, just to wrap it up, if you get a normal loan, they look at your ins and outs and they say, okay, from your ins and outs, you pay this much for rent, this much for your leisure activities, this much for food, and then after that, you've got this much left available. So from that, you can now afford to pay back this amount, and you sign the contract and you go about your business. That's loan how we know it. The IMF is saying that they're going to make, and that's how they do it, right? But then after you sign that contract, it don't matter how you spend your money. All the bank cares is that at the end of each month, you're paying back the $3,000 we have asked for, and you pay it. Period. They don't care. They don't care if you made extra income. They don't care if you spent a bit more on the food or whatever that you've written down on the notes that you didn't spend or whatever. They don't care. They just want to make sure you got your money. What I'm hearing from the IMF is that they're saying, yes, we want your money at the end of each month, but we're also going to dictate what you do with the rest of that leisure amount that you've got. That can't make no sense. They should be satisfied to get their money and that's it. They're already taking the piss, yeah, by saying that, okay, you've got to owe us this amount. Well, we know that debt was never ours. Then they took the piss again and said, this is the interest rate on top of it. That's fine. We can pay that. I can see a way around that. That's what I'm saying. In innovation, there's loads of ways to generate that money to pay them. But if they're saying with the money that you've left over after you've paid us, we're still going to be in your business about, we're still going to tell you how much you pay towards your rent, i.e. your healthcare. How much do you pay for your travel, i.e. your transportation in your country? That's madness. You can't get out of that. Listen, let me just go mute, boy. Keep forgetting I'm on live. Like, I need to understand, is that what we're saying? Because if we're saying that, I can't see a way to get out of it.
I'm saying we are strong people. Okay. We've been through so much and we're gonna keep going. That's what I'm saying. Nah, give up out like the brother then. The brother then just see things like, yeah, we're fucked. Let's give up the pipe dream. And I'm saying, nah, sir, we can do this. We got this, man. Just keep the faith. That's what I'm saying. Terry,
I'm definitely from that set. I'm just hoping that that's not the case, because to me, it's just impossible, and it's just, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. I can't see a way out of that. How you can even agree to just have authority on all spending on one country because you've loaned me money is ridiculous. The thing that you should be focusing on is that you're getting your money at the end of each month. And if you're getting that money, leave me to do what I choose to do within the rest of my money. So if there is evidence of showing, like I've been asking, like if we can get the evidence of IMF and how much they have an influence on what you spend after you've paid them, then we can move forward on that, innit? But I can't see that. Like, and I know I'm saying it's not right, and it's not fair, and I'm always the one to say that life's not fair and it's not right with us. But that is just beyond. That is beyond. That's just madness. And if that is the case, it's no wonder why they're going to China and stuff like that just to get an extra income. But then again, it don't make sense because you've just incurred another debt. And if they are so in your bag, why would they allow you to incur another debt? They have to grant you an allowance, I guess, to do that. They have to say, okay, because they're in your pocket. And I can't believe they're in your pocket that badly. All right, so I don't want to believe it.
I hear you, Kushty. I hear you. No, you there? Just checking you can hear us now. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what happened now. Bloody hell. I thought it was silent. I was like, no, they're not all.
No, we could hear you. You just couldn't hear us. The sound went. But look, sis, I put a link in the back here before Kushty typed, and that's more about, Terry was touched upon the vaccines, and that's something that happened recently, when the influx of vaccines needed to go. So I want to walk down the trail of with the vaccine debt and them now becoming Republican and the previous national debt. Like, yo, how did... I'm not even trying to follow these brothers now, but they're trying to make us feel like, yeah, we can't get out of this. Yeah, we're kind of fucked, isn't it? It's just a title. It doesn't mean anything. And I'm like, nah, I can't. Think positive now. Think positive. Don't be a Debbie Downer before we've even got our foot onto the damn turkey. Like, come on, man.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Divine. We also have to acknowledge how each country manages its own purse. You see what I'm saying to you? Because, like I said, Barbados has got IMF debts too of 7 billion. Yeah. And other people have got their own debts to them. It's about your ability to repay it and how you, I'm not trying to take anything away from how fucked up the IMF is. Yeah. I'm not trying to do that. None at all. And we know what it is. Yeah. We got independence. Then this came. Yeah. But at the same time, I still think element of responsibility has got to be put on each country for how it manages its shit, man.
But then if you go through the...
I am back.
Welcome back, Raheem.
bro.
I beg you put up the thing on the screen. Hold on, Kushty, 1 second, sis. I beg you put up the thing on the screen, sis, because it kind of gives us a clue on how Barbados in particular. I'm focusing right now on Barbados because they've just got their their republic status. Pick up yourself. Welcome back, Raheem. So I want to look at I want to look at their finances kind of and see how they're doing things and see if we can look at that and learn and get a pattern of how they're doing things at the moment that's working right now for them and what other islands could take from it. Like, come on now, let's analyze this thing.
Okay. That looks really tiny to me. Can I make this big?
Same to me as well, sis. Yeah, baby.
That's
there
what
we
she
go.
said.
Shut up, Ed, right?
Who's reading this? The person that
asked. You, man. You're in your bag today. I'm letting you roll. Come on.
Okay. All right. Am I reading the first part? Right at the top? Or am I going from the National Vaccination Fund? I'll go from the National Vaccination. Okay. The National Vaccination Fund.
Start from the beginning.
Okay. Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Ryan Strawn receives a check for $250,000 from Managing Director and CEO of the Republic Bank, Anthony Clerk, today. Also pictured are coordinators of the National COVID-19 vaccination campaign, Major David Clark and Dr. Elizabeth Fernand. All right. The National Vaccination Fund has received over 10.6 million since it was set up earlier this year. This disclosure came on Tuesday from the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Ryan, after he received cash injections from these institutions that put the fund at 10,648,596.31. 10 mil. All right. He added that members of the public who wanted to make contributions to the fund or any other COVID-19 activity should contact the Ministry of Finance. Managing Director of CIBC, First Caribbean International Bank, Donna Wellington, donated $389,800. Now, where have they got that money to be donating that much money?
Boom!
The First Caribbean International Bank.
Keep going, sis. Keep going. That's why I want you to. Let's follow
the
person.
You know how I get. Yeah. I'm trying.
Let's go.
Let me maintain the motion still. All right. Let me try. Managing Director, CEO of Republic Bank, Anthony Clark, presented $250,000, and Vice President of Shipping Association of Barbados, Simon Phillips, handed over a check of 25 grand. Interesting. That goes to that goes towards what Riggs was saying about private companies, right? So there's money there. Okay. Dr. Strawn thanked the representatives of the institution for a significant and timely contributions, explaining the importance of funds. He said, the money allows us, the government of Barbados, to continue to roll out not just the vaccine program, but to continue mount what has been an extraordinary effort to fight this global pandemic. These vaccination efforts allow us to get back to work and some level of normality as quick as possible. Please scroll up, Sister 9. The efforts is ongoing with respect to being able to not just respond to the public health management of the pandemic, but certainly to enhance our social protection mechanisms, which receipts like these allow us then to divert funds which we've had to put in place to be able to cover not just the vaccines, but the equipment and what is required to administer and coordinate that. Okay. So it's saying that this money's been helping them to not only dish out the vaccines, but to do all the other bits around that. Okay. Dr. Schron said government would acquire enough vaccines to inoculate residents. Sorry, Missy's gone on one, but the supply was not there. We have done well so far with what we have, but we are working feverishly to ensure that we can get as much available vaccines as quickly as possible so that we can achieve herd immunity, he stated. Scroll down a bit, 9. Noting that there was still vaccine hesitancy from some Barbadians, the minister encouraged them to consult their doctors on this matter. We have all been vaccinated through the Ministry of Health and Wellness over the years, and therefore, at this very critical time, each decision that we take as individuals will have an impact on what happens. Members of the public to maintain the protocols at all times, saying that this would assist in keeping the economy open. Scroll down, sis. Scroll down, sis 9. To this, and they've all been vaccinated, though.
Isn't it scrolling? Hold on. You've not gone past this bit, bruv.
No, sis, you did scroll down. Where did she get to again? She got to keeping the economy open.
I haven't. I'm still at. Yeah. So we're still
there.
It
is. No, go up. Wait, get to the
point. He urged members of the
economy. No, sis, go back down. You've gone past it. There, keeping the economy open. That's what she stopped at.
Okay.
I can't see it.
Suggesting that vaccination is next, yeah?
Okay, all right, we're moving. I can't see anything. I'm still on. He urges members of the public to maintain. Okay. Suggested that the vaccination program was seen as the turning point. Mr. Clark encouraged other business people and individuals who had the capacity to donate to the fund. We feel that the vaccine donation is extremely important to Barbados because as far as we're concerned, it is how we can start to get out of the malice that we are in and return to some semblance of normalcy, to get the economy back on its feet, to get the tourism back on its feet, and we start to go back to our normal lives, whatever that may look like. Go down. Go scroll down, sis, man. A bit more. I'm at the end of that paragraph. Okay. The managing director said Barbados has done well. Oh, you're going too far. Okay. The managing director of Barbados had done well in the procuring and rolling out of vaccine and commended the officials, including the Minister of Health. Keep scrolling down past that picture if there's any more text there. Vice President of the Shipping Association of Barbados, Simone Phillips, presents a check for $25,000 to Minister. Okay, no, you just skip past it. I'm not that quick at reading right now. Okay, do you want to go back up and I'll finish that, or should I just go?
I tried to take it away from. I'm not sure what you're seeing, but on my screen, I've tried to get it to Miss Wellington said CIBC.
Yeah, I'm there now.
Yeah.
Yep. Miss Wellington said CIBC, First Caribbean, was pleased to support the vaccination effort in Barbados, and she encourages citizens to follow the protocols. We also want to encourage the vaccination effort individually. We want to encourage each Barbadian to seek to be vaccinated as soon as possible, the managing director urged. Vice President of the Shipping Association of Barbados, Simone Phillips, said the organisation recognised the importance of the fund and was keen to contribute to the cause. We know that the fight is nowhere near over, and we wanted to assist in some way in this fight as we look forward to the government of Barbados continuing the excellent job they have done in working towards protecting the people of Barbados against a formidable enemy, Ms. Phillips stated. Rah. So far, 76,000 vaccinations have been administered, with just over 45,000 being second dosed. The eligible population for vaccination is just under 200,000. Interesting. So they got money for this, and this doesn't seem to be this doesn't seem to be dictated by the IMF.
No, First Caribbean Banking seems to be a lot.
Yeah, and also, if you scroll up, they said that it was a private company as well, right? The shipping or something like that. Simone something. She donated 25 grand. And now they're asking other people elsewhere to encourage
that man as well with all them. How much did he at the very beginning of the story? I think we go right back upstairs. Where the donations hit it on.
So these are all donations from, and they're talking about this formidable enemy, you know, like they don't have more enemies to be focusing on. Okay, it's just moving. I can't see anything yet.
Yeah, here it donated. There it is, 389.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So we need to now look into
CIB, the First Caribbean donated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if the First Caribbean can donate to them, what's going on with the other islands? Like, what we need to understand what is going on. There's clearly some things are gone.
And it also shows that there's money there. They're just putting the money in one place.
What was that?
Someone's belly just rumbled.
Yeah, I think that was mine, you know. I'm not even going to front. I'm hungry. I got food in the oven and I'm hungry. I can smell it, so it must be mine. But go on. Sorry, I'm Kushty.
No, I was just saying.
I mean, it depends. Is the First Caribbean, is that, what's that? Is that bank, is it a Bayesian bank?
That's what I want to go look into as well. We got to follow the money trail, isn't it? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
That, and also again, I think
the Caribbean Bank it has influences with Barclays Bank.
There we go. So it's like a sister branch or something,
right? So that leads back to umbrella. That leads back to England again. Do you know what I'm saying? And for me, it just comes back to what I was saying from the very beginning. Is in that, like, we know it's a chess game, this, that, and the other. We know that, you know, even if we were to use Born Rich's analogy about the whole prison, this, that, and the other, yeah. But it's about trying to get the best deal in the prison, isn't it, for you and your people, them. And
this is what I was saying.
I just think that what other islands need to also concentrate on is just getting their finances in check. Now that might come down to a lot of different things, you know what I mean? Corruption, we have to add into that, you know what I mean? The way which governments spend their money. Again, Barbados might not be the best country to compare and contrast with, because it is such a small country. Like I said, it's only 200,000. Whereas Jamaica's touching nearly 3 million. And that's just a massive difference in terms of running a country, whether it be, you know what I mean, economically, socially, and everything else that comes underneath, you know what I mean, which all goes to be part of the package of the country. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But I don't know. Is it?
Has there been any example of a country that has borrowed for the IMF and have gotten out of it? They've paid that debt.
To be honest, I think the IMF and such is just a perpetual thing, innit? And I just think different. Again, I think depending on your country's status will depend on the kind of deals that you're going to get, which it could be argued is in normal life anyway. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Like if you go to get a mortgage or something and you ain't got a good deposit or whatever, then you know what I mean? You'll be paying back high interest rates. You know what I mean? They're going to charge you as for the asset that they believe you to be. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So I still think there's a bit of that in there as well, man. And that's why I think that.
Yeah.
Go on.
No, I hear you, man. Like I said, to me, although we know that the genesis of this loan is not right, that can be sorted out. But if what you're saying about the spending, if your whole spending is dictated by a bank, then they don't have the control. And then that leaves us in a more dangerous aspect, especially to our people where we're at a point of hopelessness, where we don't decide what's going on with our own country. You can't blame them about where they're putting their money if they're dictated to where they should put their money. And this is why I feel, although I agree IMF has certain influence in certain things, it cannot be all. Because if it's all, then now we can't place the blame at the leaders or the country. You place the blame at the person who has the most control and say over your money.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Again, I just think it's a one where you got to learn how to navigate your waters within the sort of parameters that are set. You get me? And I think that's the name of the game, to be honest.
Definitely. I don't think I mean, I'm going to look into this because I need to, and I never see anything substantial. And even when Brother Raheem was reading it, I think was reading the same thing, and they make it sound so pretty and nice. So it's hard to get into. Like I was saying, like if anyone can find the IMF for Barbados and what they dictate in regards to their spending, then we'll know. Because for me, if it's just the debt, then I agree with you, Nine. There's other things that you could do to increase your income as a country, definitely. But if you increase your income and you can't do what you want with that money, there's no point. And I wouldn't even encourage it, because just lining up the pockets of these people that are just keeping you down. What's the point? What is the incentive?
Let's see if we can find anything.
Big up, Brother Jacobs. I was looking at your comments, bro.
Put Barbados in conjunction with IMF. You will find the whole scenario. They even control their GP.
So we already read that they basically reneged on a deal, I think as early as 2018-19 or something. Yeah, when they had to go back and set up another deal. We know that for definite. All right, let's have a little read of Washington D. Barbados continues to make. This is Barbados staff concluded statement of the 2021 article, 4th mission and 6th review under the extended fund facility. So this is the IMF. I'll try and speed through it. I'm not going to put it on the screen. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly read it. Otherwise, it will take me an extra 5 minutes to us. Barbados continues to make good progress in implementing its comprehensive economic reform program, but faces economic challenges owing to the ongoing global pandemic. International reserves have increased to $1.4 billion by October 2021. This and a successful 2018-2019 public debt restructuring, similar to Jamaica, have helped rebuild confidence in the country's macroeconomic framework. However, a virtual standstill in the tourism sector during the pandemic took significant toll in 2020, with the economy contracting by 18%. While Barbados was successful in containing the outbreak during 2020, renewed COVID-19 waves weigh on a nascent economic recovery. In addition, Barbados has recently been hit by 2 natural disaster shocks. Volcanic ash falls from neighboring St. Vincent in April. Okay. And a Category 1 Hurricane Elsa in July. Economic growth is projected at 2% for 2021, premised on modest recovery of tourism towards the end of 2021, down from 3% projected at the time of the 5th EFF review. The outlook remains highly uncertain and risks are elevated.
All right, I'll read a bit more because there is sort of the figures and that. Government revenue is showing tentative signs of recovery in 2021, while spending pressures remain high. Prior to the pandemic, the government met its primary surplus target of 6% of GDP in the financial year 2019 to 20. The impact of the pandemic on government finances reduced the primary balance to minus 1% of GDP in 2021. The authorities are targeting a similar primary deficit in the current fiscal year 2021 to 22, with tourism still well below normal levels and additional spending related to the twin shocks of the volcanic ash falls and Hurricane Elsa. The authorities are expected to resume fiscal consolidation required to achieve long-term fiscal objectives in 2022-23. So, all right.
So they went down 3%, and they managed to pay off 3% of the loan.
Yeah, what they're also saying is that obviously because of the pandemic, they've made less money as well. Yeah, so that's going to have an effect on their. But still, though, they've
nothing on dictating how they spend their money.
Right, and even in that situation, yeah, okay, where they're obviously showing that they're in a bit of a negative due to the pandemic, etc., like everyone else in the world, I'm sure, they're still pushing through. Now, it could, you know what I mean? Like, it could be argued that others would be, at a time like this, they're going to be even more dependent on their daddy.
Yeah, they'll be crippled.
And America's DC is already pushing the monetary fund on Barbados.
Well, then we're going to see how Barbados and that's what I'm saying. It's about managing your thing, isn't it? So it'll be interesting to see how they manage.
Absolutely.
And then we'll really see what's in my goals.
And generate more income. That's what they need to do. They need to generate more income, because as it stands now, it's okay to manage £10, right? £2 here, £5 here, but it's much easier to manage £100, right? They need to get their income up. And if you're only relying on tourism, and when something like COVID strikes, what we on, like the third year, coming on the third year now, and then you got red lists from mummy and daddy's put you on a red list, so you can't even make money from them. You understand? So
but that's what I'm saying.
Be innovation.
Absolutely. And although tourism is their main thing, that's what I'm saying. They're in a position where they can fall back on their financial services. And now I know that England and Barbados are in sync. They're linked to that. They're linked. I know that now. You get what I'm saying to you? And obviously they've still got their little bits of exporting and this and that. So yeah, man. Going forward, I think it's just like places like Jamaica, because like I said, I have to reiterate, there was a time where Jamaica was doing much better than Barbados in every sense of the word, and many other Caribbean islands, to be fair. Yeah. So, and obviously I know that Jamaica has been hit by certain disasters, this, that, and the other, which is a fact. But we still have to accept that there's been poor management certain times. You know what I'm saying to you?
Well, look, as an example to that, Nine, when they're dashing away people who have practically been brought up here their whole lives, in the same breath, they'll go into Jamaica and recruiting nurses like it was back in the Windrush days.
Again, right? This is another problem. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
You raise a good point.
There's a problem in these countries. There's a problem in these countries building up their national healthcare and things like that. And in the same breath, you're not giving them money towards it, or apparently you're not allowing them to spend money on it. And you're taking the brain drain from it. You're taking all these people that could help the country away and putting them in your own countries. And I think there's something to say to that, because even if you see certain African countries, the amount of innovative new ideas that have come up where they're being able to run cars on water, or using solar light for so much things where you're not necessarily needing electricity and things like that. And the way that that's been held and stopped and holded up, yeah, because they don't want these things to go. Well, there's so much ideas and innovative new businesses and ways to do things that have, in our lifetime right now, has already been created. But the powers that be do not want to push it forward, because then what happens to petrol? That money I've been buying on, making on petrol, or the oil. Now you're telling me that a car can run on water, or you can run this on sunlight. And we know in these countries, we don't worry about sunlight. So effectively, you don't have to pay for nothing. So this is what I'm saying about innovation. They are fully aware, and that's why they stop
their
it.
loan as well. They've extended their loan, giving them more money in the forms of 1.4 billion because of the COVID.
Sorry, say that again, bro.
They've loaned more money to Barbados, 1.4 billion.
For what?
Because of the COVID.
For COVID. So that's a loan and not a grant. Is that what you're saying? Because what we just read, I'm sure, is a grant.
It's the
EFF.
donations. It's the EFF.
Right.
It's part of part of the IMF, but the EFF is coming from the States.
Okay. Well, that's another debt, and someone would argue, why are you incurring more debt from these people? Do you know what I mean? And then they'll turn around and say for national security, right? Because they have to go on with the line, right? COVID. They can't be the one to go against it. So, like I said,
but at least it also shows that they've got other money as well, that, you know what I mean, to offset
that's what I said.
The debt, man. So
it shows. I mean, there's a lot. There's not little hundreds here. We're talking about big hundreds of thousands of pounds. I mean, even when I was reading before, we were seeing that these countries are paying. They're not. It's not like when they talk about it, they act like they've got no money. They're not paying his debt. These people are paying 9 million off their debt each year. These little countries, so they've got the money somewhere. Imagine if they were able to just invest that back in their country.
Most all countries have got money. It's how it's been paid and how it's been used, and that's why I said it falls into the hands of the elites. The elites they hold on to this money and ship it out elsewhere, and the biggest issue is that it doesn't trickle down to the common man on the street.
No, definitely, and I can see why you're
saying
that.
Just coming still, and that's unfortunately in most countries under most sort of regimes. So we'll definitely agree with that. Unfortunately,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like even for.
But it could be argued that that's an occupational hazard of capitalism, though, man.
Yeah, but that's my point. And when people are involved in capitalism, it's not about what color you are or where you're from. It's who am I doing business with, and this is where sometimes prime ministers and presidents get sidebar. So, like, let's say, for instance, I'm Samsung and I want to go into the country. I will fund your community with $1 million just for me to get into your country. But what I'm getting out of your country is 20 times more than what I'm putting into your pocket.
Yeah, exactly.
The prime minister is
because they're so greedy. They don't see it that way.
And that's where the corruption comes in. And that's my point in the fact of that when the corruption kicks in, then it becomes a massive issue. And this is why I don't
we can definitely all agree with that still, man. But I put that under management though, Teza. You see what I'm saying?
I get the whole thing. No, I understand the whole thing. It's just that for me, I'm biased to the people at the top at the moment because there's too much elites on the top, and because of that, it brings that capitalism. And that's my issue. It's too much capitalism and no forms of laboring work, not enough jobs, not enough situations. Like even when the Chinese they're coming in and doing their job, they're employing all their people. What happened to the locals?
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? These are the kind of little things where we can train the locals to.
Yeah, but Teza though, and even as you mentioned that as an example, and that's why I'm saying, you know what I mean, certain responsibilities got to cut back, because if I'm gonna broker a deal such as that, then something like that has got to be built into the contract where I say, you get me? Well, you have to hire, 70-80% of my people. You know what I mean? Like, and this is what I'm trying to say about management. You know what I mean? Because if I was striking that deal, I'm coming out of it with a trained workforce. You know what I'm saying, so that when you leave,
you should be coming out of it better than them. You should be effectively coming out of it better than them. The country should be. How can you be
allowing them to bring their work? Maybe you can say, you can bring 10% or whatever, but then after that, you got to be employing my people's them. And what that is, that's kickbacks, man.
And that's where the bribery comes into it.
Absolutely,
for them to come in. But absolutely, I've forgotten what country it was. When he went self-sufficient and self-dependent, and as soon as he went self-sufficient, self-dependent, they just put a whole heap of sanctions on it.
And then that's the next thing. As I'm glad you ever mentioned that, Tessa, because we got to keep it real as well and say that. Do you know what I'm saying? What you're saying is not, you know what I mean? It's nothing new. Like, we know there's people that have gone and tried that shit before.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like,
not even just tried it. Look at Thomas Sankara. Didn't he achieve it?
But
in what 4 years?
What happened to him?
But bro, he achieved it, which then shows me that the IMF.
But
wait, bro. He. Okay, but wait, bro. Just okay. We can go on to that point. Yeah, I'm happy to go on to that point. But finally, we've got an example. Yeah, he achieved it, and how long did he achieve it in? 4 years. How old was he? Young. I think he was just barely 30s.
Yeah, but what happened?
Okay, but it's not a yeah thing, bro, because that's showing a country with debt.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is that it's the mind thought process. And because the people are not educated, they're able to use the people that are not educated against you. So I'm not saying that
they assassinated him.
I'm not saying, it can't be. I'm not saying it can't be achieved, but then.
But that's what I was getting from that. That's what I was getting.
But what I'm trying to explain is that Barbados is playing a chess game. Hopefully, it can benefit them in the long run. But as I said, why do we have to keep on playing this chess game?
Because it's the word of politics, Terry, man, and it's where we are in the world right now, man. I don't think there's any
but that's my point.
Developed nation that isn't political.
But that's my point, and that's why it gives these Europeans the control. This is why Gaddafi got removed, because at the end of the day, he wanted to make his own single currency. He's pulling himself away from the situation. But every time we try to do that, it's because we're not working as a collective. Until we start to work as a collective from the grassroots up, things are not going to really fully change for us as a people.
Yeah, but Terry, even from the grassroots up, which you keep talking about, and when I try to ask you for like a working example so that we can visualize it, you know what I'm saying? Because when you say grassroots, are you talking about grassroots politicians? I know you gave the example about you starting your house and then you extend that. I get that.
It's like, for instance, in forms of us taking charge of our local politics. And once we're able to control in our local politics, then we can start to grow into the majors. But if we don't have no legs to stand in, it's like us saying that we're going to go for the prime minister's job without even going through the grassroots. We don't have no backing. We don't have no forms of economics to able to back us into doing what we need to get done. These are the big issues that we're finding ourselves as a black race.
No, and that's fair play. What he's saying, Nine, is that he was saying, because I don't know if you're away, but we were trying to dissect what he was saying, and we went right from the beginning. And what effectively, Brother Riggs, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was saying that basically the people who are currently in power, they do not have no care for the people in power, and they're just lining their politics. They're not even aware really of what is the issues, what's going on with the real people. And what Brother Riggs was saying was that we need to get people from the roots and put them in positions of power, because we know what they stand for, and we know that their interest is for the country and the people of the country. And I don't deny that. But what I'm saying is, what was worrying me in this conversation is when the brothers were saying about the IMF, and the IMF dictates everything. Now, until I see proof, I can't stand behind that, because if I stand behind that, then that's hopelessness, and there's nothing you could go about that. And it just does not seem right, even for our countries, which we know we get done wrong by. And then when we talk about Thomas Sankara, the reason why I bring it up is because he achieved it with debt. Yeah. He went in-house, like what you were saying, bro. Yeah. He went in-house. He shut everything down. The social impact was a big thing, right? People had to, even the other one, was it Tanzania? I think it's Tanzania or whatever. I think it's that they've got one of the most cleanest streets in anywhere. And that's because every Monday or every Saturday or something, everyone has to get up and clean the roads. He, as a leader, dictated that in his own country. So there is plenty of examples of people doing that. And yes, it does boil down to a leader who cares about their country to do that, and having the balls to stand up and do that. And it is possible, right? So it's not an impossible thing. And there has been examples of that, thank God. And I'll go back to Thomas Sankara, even though I do like him personally. I just think it's a great example. And he did that. 4 years. 4 years. We've just seen the numbers of debts. We're talking about billions. 4 years. That's when that's a person who cares about their country, has looked around and said, what have we got? What are we rich in? And utilized it. And yes, Brother Terry's right. What happened? Infiltrators come and he was gone. And look at the country now. So number one, I'm not going to fall for the fact that we don't have any power, because then it's hopelessness. We do. And we've seen examples of it. And I do agree that the leaders, it's about the leaders. And also about that constant Judas thing that we face, not just as us, you know. Other countries have their Judases as well. That's why they be going to war and people's getting beheaded and all sorts. They've been having all of that and treasons and all that in other countries as well. Yeah. But we know within our country, it happens as well. And when it happens to us, it's dire. Do you know what I mean? It really affects us. But it is possible, and it does come down to the leadership. Now, how are you going to stop that infiltration and that corruption and that money and being able to twist anyone? Because one of the people who murdered him was they refer to each other as brothers. When he was murdered, when Thomas Sankara was murdered, their parents called the man and asked him to come over, talk to us. What's happened to our son? You're our son. We've known you for years. You've in our house. We see you as a son, right? This is a deep correction. Backstabbers. Yeah. They said they were brothers.
That's why I said earlier that it's all about intelligence. The more intelligence you have, the more you're able to secure them situations. When you don't have intelligence, this is what happens.
Yeah, but come on, man. I hear that still, man. But again,
that's what I was going to say. That's why the Chinese are successful, whether we like it or not. They use their intelligence to understand that, okay, yeah, these British are onto something. What are they up to? They're able to infiltrate into all. Look at it now. The British have to keep up. The Americans have to keep up because people are penetrating their systems. All this internet, the Russian box and all this kind of stuff. The only way they were able to penetrate is because they had people in position.
I guess that.
We need to able to keep that information for us to keep on growing. If we don't have the intelligence, then, and this is my view in the fact that that's why the African diaspora needs to meet up with the African people, because then the African diaspora has got that intelligence if they know how to use it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I've got one more question on that, on the intelligence thing, especially the good example that he gave about China and Jamaica and how they talk back to their people and let them know what was needed. 1 second. I wanted to know, what does that intelligence look like for us when you said that they need more intelligence? So are you saying that having people abroad to find out what they're going to do, or the intelligence in-house? Like, who are these intelligence looking at to get intelligence on?
So like, let's look at new technology. We within this country, we see new technology growing. So we know what is in demand and what needs to be supplied. So for instance, let's say, for instance, that we find out that, okay, everybody within this country has mobile phones. Now we're able to create their mobile phones. And once we've got them in mobile phones, we have their data. We have their information. So then once we're able to have the information, we kind of know what is going on in forms of progress, in forms of situations of deals, whatever it is that needs that intelligence to able for that business or that community to able to thrive.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Give thanks for that, bro.
All right, then. So intelligence is the name of the game. So as I say, like, I understand what you mean about intelligence still. I get that. But yeah, for myself, yeah, house cleaning. But listen, family, we're gonna leave it there still, because boom, them time there, and yeah, man, got to go and do one or two things you don't know. But thank you for everyone for passing through. Good conversation still, good conversation. as Divine said, bring it back to some little basics and that. Yeah, man, got a couple more shows coming up. Got a couple of yeah, man, interesting topics. Hopefully, so yeah, man, you don't know. Keep it locked. Keep it 9. You get me? And yeah,
bless up, sis. It was a really good show.
Today's Wednesday, yeah, man. But I've got to go and do 1 or 2. But yeah, it was a good one. Still, Breakfast with the 9, Divine, Kushty, Terry, Raheem passed through. Yeah, I mean, even Triller wanted some action. I don't know. I think he went to the office and he didn't come back still. But yeah, man. Sometimes you gotta bring the family back. So yeah, man, family, have a nice day. Hit the notification bell. Right. So you never know when we're gonna bolt.
Y'all ready?
Yeah. All right. One love.
I'm calling segments on this one. Nine, eat the flow. 9, eat the flow. 9, eat the flow.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9, eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9, eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9, eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9, eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow, don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being, this ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed to an atom, that's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples, you are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being, so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery, we are the creators. The all in the all, I said we are the creators. The all in the all.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9, eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9, eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9, eat the flow, and you know I'm about
Big
to
up,
get it
Kushty,
in.
man. Thanks
9,
for
eat the
passing
flow,
through,
and
man.
you know
Come
I'm about
on.
to get it in.
I need to get
Away.
Get away.
Jeez. Yo, me and my computer today. I want to it, man. Stop that, man.
Take me to a place that's tropical, so rock can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that's serotonin. Calm my nerve, you know I'm on it. By the way, Rob produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element, I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go ba-boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track, my daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet, I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky. My skin,
Merlin.
again. My skin is melanin.
90 for
flow, and you know I'm about to
get it in.
And you know I'm about
Yes,
to get
yes,
it.
family, come on, man.
My skin,
You get me? So yeah, it's been a wonderful morning into the afternoon. Big up everyone that passed through still. You done know the done know. Yeah, mix and blend and bring it back again. Yeah, so you lot have a blessed day. Journal stuff. Me never have some things for do. You know I go already. Oh, look. Potassium's in the building. Big up yourself, Potassium. Yeah, man. It's a get play, man. It's getting played, man. But yeah, we'll be back again, man. We'll be back again, man. Thank you, Brother Terry, for passing through. Divine as always. Yeah, big up the chats. Have a good day. I'll catch you on the other side. You done know. 999 and out. Oh, done a minute. Adios.